scourge in the cyber world, a demon who's on the throne. There's surely nothing worse in the electronic universe. The ground shaking, prepare yourself to buy it. You'll need massive wealth. A wave of dog shit comes our way. Log out now, you will pay. D4's bad, it's dog shit. No items, a build stick, a brainless looter. Turn off the computer. D4's bad, it's dog shit. The cybernetic menace shows up with a grimace. Half-baked beliefs and fearlessness. Its gameplay so meaningless. One-shot PvP is bad design. Under everyone's aligned. Release one more goddamn skin and hear my final call begin. D4's bad, it's dog shit. D4's bad, it's dog shit. No items, a build stick, a brainless looter. Turn off the computer. D4's bad, it's dog shit. D4's bad, it's dog shit. Turn off the computer. D4's bad, it's dog shit.
Beats. Benzel, thanks for the tier 1, 6 months. Big stream. EU-friendly time zone over here. Can you believe it? Off day at a random HeyWoah stream. Let's go. This is Artorias. Quite right. 100 bits. Thanks to CJ Busta. Thanks to the 100 bits, CJ Busta, who says D4 bad. True. Fenreen, thanks to the tier 1, 30 months. Yo. You're wondering if this is all cycles or only the completed ones. I think it should be the completed ones, but I believe the website that I'm on shows the incomplete ones as well. And those would be neat to sometimes talk about, I think. We got time. I was going to be at work, but suddenly I don't have to. And so I was just typing in Discord. I was just typing. They got me over here typing, okay? And I'm like, well, shit, if I'm going to waste the morning typing in Discord about magic cycles, I might as well go live. Even if it's to 3 people, because it was unscheduled on a Tuesday. Wait, is it a Tuesday? It's a Wednesday. Oh, hold on. I have a Ruel. Speaking of magic, I have an Olivier rule, okay? That I don't stream when Vince streams. Because I respect it. 4 p.m. today is when Warhammer Weekly goes live. So I won't stream after 4 p.m. If I'm still alive by the time Warhammer Weekly goes live, then we'll just raid into him, you know? Anyway, that's what I'm thinking. If that's good. Big typist. It's Wednesday, my yeah, true. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Add its dog shit. Anyway, thanks for the openings. I found this website called Mythic Spoiler, and behold, okay, look at what you can do. Look what you can do with this thing. All right, let's go to a set that's near and dear to my heart. Okay, Bata. You can sort by cycles, and it just shows the cycles in it. I guess it doesn't. I thought it was going to show the cycles. Okay, it doesn't show the cycles. Oh yeah, it does. It just took forever to load. Got it. Yeah. Because you got, Ancestor Recall, the other thing. Anyway, so we can click on these. Like, oh, here's Morning Tide, sort by cycles. And it shows the various cycles, right, of the set. And we can do this for give or take just about all the sets. As I noticed before, clicking on the old ones, maybe it's missing a few, right? But there's going to be like 1,000 of them, so I think we're good there. Was that Anime Dead peak? Yes, Anime Dead is peak. It's a great card. You're risking pulling away the 2 people idling in the Warhammer Weekly lobby. Look, they can open up a tab, right? A browser tab. And I'm not going to stream during Warhammer Weekly, right? So everything's fine. And this all started, let me give you some history, okay? We're going to keep track. MTG Cycles, clear winners in cycles that, quote, matter, because there's a bunch of cycles no one cares about, right? And we're thinking about current day. I'll be telling stories about the old time, or Disrupting Shoal was kind of okay, but really it was the red shoal that you put it on an Inkmoth Nexus and it broke Modern, and so that was the one tournament before they had a ban list, and blah blah blah. Kind of interesting historical note. No one cares, right? We're leaning commander judgments here, or just maybe overall power level, right? But if there's like a super good historical one, and then later something else is better, is that a clear winner? We'll figure it out. But I'm looking to see. Siege Buster thinks a tier 1 to Aegis, great waifu in P3. I gotta say, I mean, who's that? This whole conversation started because we were like, man, whenever there's a cycle, the red one fucking sucks, right? Think about the legendary land cycle from Urza's, okay? Tolarian Academy, arguably the strongest land ever printed, banned forever and everything. Gaia's Cradle, insanely strong, right? Some say it should be banned in Commander or whatever, right? Sarah's Sanctum, incredibly strong. Maybe a little too specific because enchantments are kind of hard to lean into unless you're really specializing, but it's still a powerhouse land, right? Even Phyrexian Tower, tap, sack a creature, add 2 black, technically part of the cycle. It doesn't hold a candle to those other 3, but it's still strong in its own right. It's not a bad, it's good. It's a good card. And then there's Shivan Gorge, 3 mana, deal 1 damage. What? And then everybody starts coming in with, oh, whenever there's a cycle, the red one's the worst. Is that true? Let's find out quasi-scientifically, shall we? Super specific YouTube ad for this topic. Coca-Cola with added fiber. for those fiber depletion Asmongold types living in their own only drinking soda for 16 hours and then going to bed getting all backed up. You need some fiber. Yeah, all right. My mic keeps cutting in and out. Oh, that's because I wasn't facing it. Pardon me. Let me put it in a better position there. All right. I was facing the wrong way. I need proper mic control over here. Apologies. You have a Zakama Primal Calamity deck that uses Shivan Gorge as a win con. That's interesting because I have a Palancron deck that uses Leech-Ridden Swamp as a win con. Nature finds a way. Nature finds a way. The mic literacy is insane. Insanely bad for how long I've been doing this. Apologies. I did it a little bit on the Poor Hammer podcast, unfortunately. I should have been paying more attention to that, but I was just yapping, and I lost track. I lost track of the yap. But I had a local recording. I'm sure they'll be able to do it up fine. You think my noise gate is set too high? You know, probably is, but sound is so bad. I'm so bad at sound that I can't fix it on the fly. The best thing I can do is reposition the mic to just kind of be facing me, okay? Like that's how it has to be. And I'm doing that right now. There, how about that? So I can't see the screen very well, but the mic distance is perfect. The enunciation. Color corrections. I do more color correction, that is true. You're still not okay with that sandwich ogre proto-talks? Have just not noticed that, or is it new? No, I did that. Yeah. I went in the Photoshop and I erased his mouth and drew a circle. And ran the mic through a PNG switcher. Look at the production value. We got 2 frames of animation, okay? That's 100% more than we used to have. Immaculate micception, okay? Isn't that a Phantom song or something? Anyway, it was still the top 1% of best sounding streamers, but hey, let's nitpick. I disagree, but I appreciate the compliment anyway. Sound, forget about it. Anyway, let's begin, shall we? Obviously, Alpha Beta ABU, we got it. For some reason, it's not showing here. Right, sort by cycles, and it only shows this one. But obviously, there's a 1 mana cycle in ABU. This cycle, there's no clear winner. I mean, maybe the best color is blue, or maybe the best color is black, whatever. But like you know, I don't think any of these are like meaningfully the best. And they're banned everywhere, so kind of whatever, right? Anyway, there's the 1 mana cycle, famous. Ancestral Recall. Maybe the most powerful card ever printed, kind of close, whatever, right? 3, draw 3 for 1, instant, insane, right? Obviously, it's the best. Second best is Dark Ritual, fueling combo decks for 30 years, right? Let's give red its due. Lightning Bolt 3rd place with a strong finish. Balanced for constructed play. Kind of sucks in Commander, right? But they can't have thought of that. And then there's Giant Growth, which is all right. And then there's Healing Solve, which is by far the worst one. Holy. So bad. Blue wins. Ancestor Recall, obviously. Yeah, Dark Ritual, Hypnotic Spectre. The classic start. We should have been just the red one in Commander. True, I'd play it. I have these. I would play them in a 5-color deck for sure. Animate Dead, look at that. The sickness. Birds of Paradise, Berserk, the card that changed how it fundamentally operated like 5 times across. Anyway, hey, no, none of this memory lane stuff. Portal, I don't think we care about sets that, well, what cycles are in Portal? I know there was the sorcery speed top of library stuff. Yeah, nothing. There was like Personal Tutor and Sylvan Tutor, Imperial Seal. I don't think there was a sorcery speed white one for that cycle. Peach Garden Oath, Assassin's Blade, Assassin's Blade. Oh, this is the Scent of, right? Scent of Cinder. Yo, Scent of Cinder might be the best one, right? Scent of Ivy is good. Scent of Cinder, maybe. The other one's never played in anything, but I don't think any of these are good enough or important enough to be worth like a win. You wouldn't play any of this stuff nowadays, right? So it kind of doesn't count. But I did remember Scent of Cinder. That thing was okay in the before time. Sometimes we will be surprised that something was even part of a cycle because one of them is like so obscene, right? Oh, really? These are a cycle? Oh, no. Defense of the Heart, yeah. Impending Disaster, Abandoned Commander, too strong. Brink of Madness, Second Chance. I mean, Defense of the Heart is the best one. And these are all during your upkeep if something happens, something. Yeah, I think Defense of the Heart probably wins here. But Impending Disaster is banned. Not that it's good, just that it's toxic. I think I'm willing to give green a win here because Defense of the Heart really is played today. And none of these other are. So I'll give green this one. You essentially, I mean, it's a tooth and nail for 2, albeit your opponents can see it coming. Rancor, nice. Yeah, Rancor is a classy one. Rancor, Sluggishness, Sleepers, Guile, Slow Motion, and yeah, these all return to your hand if the creature dies. This is when they were trying to get around the inherent downside of the card disadvantage of a enchantment, which later they invented equipments to try to get around, you know. Impending Disaster is not actually banned. Oh, it's not banned in Commander. It's just one of those. It's just included in like a tent pole. Don't do this. I thought it was banned. All right, never mind. Anyway, Rancor clear winner here. I think it's you do see it. Not too. This one's riding the line, but Rancor shits on this other stuff. So green gets another win here. Can you not show me grammar? Okay, like fucking AI. It's a space. Or like Money the Wasting, am I right? Magic, Age of Sigmar, The Gathering, true. Big sandwich stream. Yeah, we're sandwiching. And then Treetop Village. So like historically, Treetop Village saw a lot more play, I think, over the years than any of this other stuff. But it, you know, kind of was played at the time. I don't think this one is worth. People aren't using it nowadays, and that's one of my little criteria. All right, now this one's painful. Okay, arguably best land ever made, banned in everything. Insane, strong, insane in Enchantress decks. Still a very good land. You can win like it's technically a win con in like World Gorger Dragon decks or the equivalent, but it's kind of embarrassing putting it next to all these enablers. So this one is a clear blue W. Well, it's Gaia's Cradle's pretty close-ish. You know, Sarah's Sanctum in an enchantment deck is pretty close-ish, but not really. It's Tolarian Academy. Blue gets another win on the board. It's only a 12 mana, 3-card infinite combo. Yeah, I mean, hey, one of my decks wins with Leech Ridden Swamp, so it's near and dear to my heart. But you're sorting a giant pile of tokens instead of working. Hey, that's work. You get paid for it. Friction Tower is the best because it actually gets reprints. Oh, kind of true. And then this other crap, no one cares. Well, Exodus. Oh, this would be the Oath cycle. Oath of Druids. I played this in Vintage. This is probably my main Vintage deck back in the day, was Oath of Druids. Use Forbidden Orchard to give your opponent 1 token, and then on your upkeep you would mill half of your library into like Grizzlebrand or something, and Yawgmoth's Will to win. Super strong. And then all these other oaths are just awful. Oath of Mages is particularly funny. During each player's upkeep, if that player has less life to target opponent, he or she may have Oath of Mages deal 1 damage to that opponent. So the funny thing with Oath of Mages is, if you're in a red deck, like you're burning your opponent, so like your Oath of Mages is probably dealing 1 damage to you more than your opponent. And 1 damage versus like completely win the game is fucking hilarious. Oath of Druids. Green gets another strong, easy win here. Can you like never show me this again? Stop checking for this. Thank you. The mystery of the Druids. Cradle is in the probably should be banned, but EDH yeah, I think so. If tomorrow Wizards was like, okay, here's all the tier systems and guys, Cradle is banned, I would be like, yeah, probably deserved. I don't feel very strongly about it. I'm not going to campaign for it, but if it's banned, I'll be like, yeah, that's probably okay. And then this stuff, man, whatever. Stronghold. Give me the cycles. Crystalline Sliver. Probably the strong outlier here. Hibernation Sliver is like okay, but yeah, Crystalline Sliver was definitely used in sliver decks at the time. At that point, I think, if I recall, known as meat hooks. Right? Any old guys in chat? I believe the 5-color like or multicolor sliver decks that popped up in like extended and stuff, I think they were meat hooks. I think that's what they called it. Anyway, slivers can't be the target of spells or abilities, later known as Shroud, later made more powerful to be hexproof. But it's 2-color and we're not doing 2 colors. It's not fair. Is that Giger artwork? No, it's Scott Kirshner, but it's very inspired by, right? And Therese Nielsen. Slivers had a lot of alien inspiration, as you can see, at least at the time of Stronghold arting. Yeah, the Ogre talks now. I put a second animation panel in here. Behold the production value. Therese Nielsen, Guru Basics are the best basics. That's a fine basic for your basic of choice, Hercules. I'm not going to say which basics are the best, but there is a category that are all like, yeah, first among equals or something like that. There's a category, and the Guru Basics are in that top tier. If you got Summer Basics, they're up there. Arguably Alpha Beta, the unhinged John Avon full arts are up there. Not unglued, those are ugly, but unhinged ones. Did they give up on the tier system, or are they just taking time on it? They haven't really communicated on that. I don't think they've given up, but they are taking their damn time on it. They kind of bit off a lot. You like the real place basics? Oh, true. The Japanese swamp is probably my favorite among the Asia Pacific. There was Asia Pacific. There was EU, where the forests were German and stuff. There's an Australian cycle. That's where you get the plains with all the sunflowers on it. The Dutch one. I liked those cycles. Some of them are better than others. I think my favorite's probably the swamp from the Japanese Asia Pacific program. Unglued would have been good if the border wasn't so big. I agree. The border turned me off even when it came out. But those unhinged ones, oof, so good. I mean, Wall of Blossoms wins here, but is this like a good enough card that's used enough to matter? Okay, Wall of Blossoms is a pet card of mine. But so you guys are going to have to tell me. Does anyone play Wall of Blossoms in Commander nowadays enough so that green considers to have won this cycle? Or is it just like, yeah, whatever? I think maybe it's like a half point. I mean, hey, there are like defender decks too that like it. I would put it in a non-defender deck. Close. I'm going to list the ones that are like, maybe, and then we'll think about it. You would not put it in a non-defender deck. I play it in a non-defender deck, but I'm a fucking weirdo, so I kind of... Anyway, we'll go to Tempest. What a great set Tempest was. It's got a lot of that Val artwork. Look at this thing. Yeah, none of this stuff matters. Muscle Sliver, I guess, right? But no. APOC. There's a card called Lobotomy? There sure is, yeah. It was the first, like, cranial extraction style card-ish, if I recall. Fire and Ice, clear winner here. Hat Tip to Life and Death. But yeah, Fire and Ice was kind of a staple for a while. Doesn't count because it's 2 colors, and these don't count because they're 2 colors. Okay. Great work, Apocalypse. Let's go to Plane Shift. Cycles. Oh, truly? Are we doing this? Terminate, technically? I don't know. Is that a cycle? I mean, I like Hull Breach. Yeah, Hull Breach is a sorcery, but it was, like, incredible that you could get 2 things with it. It was very early. And it showed off their interesting font, because they never did capital H's. Notice how the H is lowercase here. And that's just a quirk of their font. I mean, obviously Terminate wins, but nowadays, I think you're more likely to play Hull Breach than Terminate. Removal is just too good. You know, removal's been pushed a little bit. Well, not really. Anyway, it's 2 colors, so it doesn't matter, but I think these are close. Hull Breach is a sleeper hit. It's just the fact that it's a sorcery, which is such a huge problem for it. The first cycle of familiars that made spells cost less, but they don't count because it's, you know, blue spells on a black creature, so it's technically a multicolor thing. Invasion. Damn, Invasion was sick. What a good set. We got the next big dragons. Okay, kind of nothing here. This is the first art that had Urza on it in the game. This was unofficially Urza, and at the time, I believe they were quoted as saying, "We will never print an Urza card because he would just be way too strong. Because in the lore, he's so strong." And then they power crept the shit out of the game, and now there's Urza. There's actually a bunch of them, and arguably they're way too strong. Say, all right. I always liked the Annihilate artwork. Never liked its mana cost, but I actually rather enjoy the art style in a lot of this this era of Magic stuff, where it's very the good art, right? You know, Bog Initiate and Annihilate and stuff. It's comic booky, but it's pretty high rendering, and it's dark. It looks like Planescape Torment. You know, that's about the era and style of it. You know, it got a little comic booky, like with Elvish Champion and stuff. And it got a little like, what the fuck is going on? And some weird stuff. But I don't know. I kind of like this era. HeyWoah was a good one. But yeah, you had Fact or Fiction. Big. Great card. You're sad about how they made my man Limb Duel look. You know, I liked Limb Duel when he cost 2 as an instant and let you rearrange your library a million times until you found the card you're looking for on top. Yeah, it is a little more painterly, yeah. Name a token and see if I have it. Coma's Coil. Take that, hot shot. Oh yeah, Obliterate. Where were we? Invasion? Yeah. That's because these were made with paint. Yeah, they were. Although we're getting to the era where you could start touching things up in Photoshop for sure. I mean, the things went to print. They had to digitally do that somehow, right? Yeah, the Avatar cycle. Avatar of HeyWoah. The easiest one to do in Commander is Avatar of Fury, but the creature isn't that good, even for 2. Avatar of Woe is probably the most useful, but it does take a little while. I don't think any of these are good enough to matter. You had no idea Avatar of Woe was part of a cycle? Oh, yeah. I knew Avatar of Fury and Might, but I couldn't have told you what these 2 were. Anyway, later on, they remade Avatar of Woe as, what was her name? Damn, the name's on the tip of my tongue. The 6 mana flying 5/5 that taps to kill a creature. Legendary. I can't remember her name offhand. It's seen play by me 19 years ago or something. Where does Three Kingdoms place? I'm not remembering any cycles from Three Kingdoms that were that impactful. Like, they printed Imperial Seal, but really that was a extension of the Portal ones. And it's still an incomplete cycle because there's no red one. I don't know about any meaningful cycles in P3K. Anyway, Plague Wind wins here. This is still actually used in big mana, like Cabal Coffer style decks. It destroys all creatures you don't control. It's a Wrath that hits everybody but you. They power creeped it slightly for In Garruk's Wake later on, but you just run both. I think Plague Wind is reasonable enough in Commander that it gets the nod here, and all these other ones are absolute garbo. So Black takes its first W. Good work, Black. You did it. And you had the decency to print a second one later in Garruk's Wake. And then I think White got another one or something like that. Where were we? Nemesis. Black Sweep. Obliterate is actually pretty metal. It is the lore that ties into it. Yes, it is Baron nuking Teleria to wipe out the Phyrexians and everything else. And that's where Academy Runes comes from. So this cycle, Submerge is probably the most used one over the course of history. It was used in Legacy for a time. Responding to someone's fetch land by putting their creature on top of their library for free, and then they have to shuffle it in because they already cracked the fetch is super good. Massacre was a decent sideboard card against Death and Taxes sometimes. None of this other stuff matters at all. But I don't think, in modern day plus Commander, I don't think you'd play any of this stuff. 2B TBH. I bet you would probably play Submerge and CEDH. Here and there. But, I don't know. Does that count? I'm not sure. Oh, the seals. I remember these guys. These are fun. Seal Cleansing is the best one for sure. But seal removal is highly decent as well. You would use it in the type of deck that really wanted, and you play it in Enchantress or something like that as a Seal of Cleansing got color shifted into green as Seal of what? I can't remember the name of it, but it was color shifted green in Time Spiral or whatever. Yeah, and Seal of Fire at the time wasn't half bad because at this point they would have downgraded into Shock being the Type 2 card of choice. But that is pathetic and disgusting. And you wouldn't use it now. So sometimes you even use Seal of Doom, maybe. I don't know. I don't think any of this stuff is like quite important enough. You know? Like Submerge maybe, CEDH, Seal of Cleansing maybe, in certain Enchantress. But I think I'm giving it a meh. If we're not giving it the Wall of Blossoms, you know. You played Submerge in your Niv Mizzet CEDH deck, yeah? I mean, if it counts in CEDH, do we include it? I mean, it's the clear best of the cycle. Yeah, you know what? From now on, we're giving it to CEDH stuff too. That does matter. That does matter. Blue takes a W. And if we're going to give it to that, are you counting budget EDH? Wall Blossoms is a staple there. Are my standards already lowering? Play is play? All right. You know what? I'm giving it to Wall of Blossoms. And I'm giving it to Seal of Cleansing, even though it's very niche. It shits on the other ones a little bit. What's a good commander to play big stompy creatures? Dinosaurs, for sure. Naya Dinosaurs actually just take a precon, and it's still pretty good. The one with Discover. Xenagos God of Revels is good, but it's a lot of tapping all of your mana for a setup, and then tapping all of your mana for a setup, and then playing one thing and being like, oh, I hope this resolves because I'm not doing anything but setting up. Yeah, Pants Laza, that's the one. Raga Draga. You like the green elf lady that taps for mana and taps when you play a big Creatura, yeah. I think Seal of Cleansing isn't quite there. Am I being unfair? You can convince me if you want. Anybody going to bat for Seal of Cleansing? I'm not exactly feeling it. Nope. And this is kind of decent for like some black-green discard-based stuff, but yeah, no. A lot of Enchantress decks still run it since they can recur it. Yeah. Actually, the blue seal, Seal of Removal, is used all the time in like Muldrotha. I think it's like probably a staple in Muldrotha. 1 blue, bounce a creature back to hand, and then you can replay it as an enchantment from the graveyard. So the fact that Enchantress decks use Seal of Cleansing sometimes, and Seal of Removal is basically a staple in Muldrotha, I think that's close enough for me not to include it because it's too close, not because it's too niche, I guess. Maybe if that makes sense. Just thinking out loud. Give me those cycles. Oh, Decree. Yeah, Decree of Pain historically. Nope, it's Decree of Justice. Yeah, Decree of Justice in Constructed was probably the best out of all these, for sure. Decree of Justice saw play for a long time after all this stuff was ignored. Decree of Pain was a Commander staple in very early Commander. It's since fallen off to be almost just about like unplayed. Would you play any of this stuff in Commander? No, probably But yeah, I think Degree of Justice is clearly the winner here. So removal versus cleansing. Oh no, don't bring real stats into this. I think real stats are like interesting, but I don't trust stats too very much for a lot of reasons, mostly because a lot of precons just auto win a lot of the inclusion stat things. And some other reasons. The people can be wrong, right? Decree of Pain for Commander and Decree of Justice for the rest of the game. And Decree of Justice a lot more than Decree of Pain. I don't know. For the first time now, we finally did it. We ran into a cycle where in Constructed it's strongly one thing, and in Commander it's strongly the other. And so now I'm like, okay, we're leaning Commander judgments. I guess we got to make our choice. Which way, Western man? Half points? I don't think I want to do half points. Well, we're leaning Commander. All right, white gets shit on. Black gets 2. So far we have 0 red and 0 white. Maybe red Persecution Complex Destruction players. Maybe you found a friend in Boros. Does it get played in Constructed now? Sure as fuck not. So there it is. Special history bonus, I guess. It'll be like a trivia, you know. Boros best color combo confirmed. EDH players are historically bad at making EDH decks. Yeah, you know how many John Irenicus decks have cumulative upkeep creatures in them? Maybe they're just hoping their opponents don't know. Russian Knowledge is the best one here, for sure. Technically the most playable out of them. Anybody be running this nowadays? Honestly, maybe, but probably not. Are we going to have a got shit on list? That might be a special... We'll put it in the notes section, okay? We'll put it in the notes section. Notes. Recall shits on everything. Is this like the most unbalanced awards, you know? Oh, the Druids, Shivan Gorge, Ancestor Recall, that kind of thing. Here, I'll just type this now. I'll just type Force Will right now. Like the not even close. And this is like not even close bad, not even close good. Twisted A-Bomb, probably for that one. Dragon Breath for sure out of these. Used to, a long time ago in Oath decks, you would play 1 Dragon Breath sometimes to give the creature you just flipped over haste. But that's like a historical trivia that no one cares. Oh, the War Chiefs. Definitely Goblin War Chief. Goblin War Chief. Biggity blasts everybody else. Undead War Chief, yeah, you were doing some like Patriarchs bidding stuff with it in Type 2, and it was a deck kind of an extended, I guess. But Goblin War Chief and the tribe he's a part of. Clear winner there. Our first W. Would you play any of this stuff nowadays? Maybe Undead War Chief. Flipping over cards, crack open is so good. Is Coma Coil rare? You haven't spotted it? Yeah, I purposely chose the rarest token I could think of in 1 second to answer your question, SJ. This one's interesting. This is another probably commander versus not thing. Because I would bet you do play, like if you're playing Zombie Tribal, you just do. You just play Undead Warchief, even today. Goblin Warchief, are there really like Goblin decks? Do people play Goblin Tribal even? Maybe. But this guy was so dominant in so many formats for so long. Like 15 years maybe. Was a contender slash good slash playable and stuff like Extended, stuff like Legacy. Maybe now is this just like my boomer shit where I'm like, this deck was so good and then they made Aether Vial, oh shit. And then it got new life when Thalia came out. Yeah, you probably played in Krenko, right? Does he still see play in Legacy Goblins? If Legacy Goblins still exist, and I don't know because I'm retired, then Goblin Warchief probably goes in it. I don't know if Goblins is good enough to be in Legacy anymore in 2025. I actually don't know. I haven't paid attention to the format. I would expect probably not. It saw a resurgence when Thalia was printed, but maybe that was the last gasp. I'm not sure. Number 1 card in Krenko EDH. Maybe this is a tie. I'm going to call it a tie. Sorry, Red. You're playing a zombie deck, you play this. You're playing a goblin deck, you play this. And you still do today. Which card is better? Undead Warchief for what you're doing with it. But, yeah. All right. Hey, good fight. You almost got one. Now Legions. Oh, yeah, the Gem Palms. Gem Palm Incinerator. Speaking of goblins, this shit was hot. Oh, yeah, the Invokers, where you pay 8 to get something later on. This inspired this plus the Apprentices put together kind of inspired the Guild Mages of Ravnica, the 2-color ones. Oh, yeah, the Muses. Okay, Seedborn Muse. Seedborn Muse dominates the competition here. However, Graveborn Muse is good. It's a good card. And Windborn Muse is an underrated Pillow Fort card. The red one is not good. Okay, yeah, Seedborn Muse shits. But it's not like Graveborn Muse is bad or Windborn Muse is bad. They're just like, you know. Yeah, Gem Palm wins easily up here. I don't think anyone's playing any of them. I wouldn't even run it in a Goblin deck because it only does something if you're winning, kind of a win more card. I guess, isn't Tribal just like a win more idea in a certain sense, though? But you've died due to Graveborn Muse so many times. Yeah, you do lose life. It's like a win less card, kinda. But yeah, Seedborn Muse. Oof. Take an extra turn for every player turn. That's pretty good. All the slivers. I mean, I kind of don't care. Shifting Sliver is probably the biggest win con sliver. But you play a bunch of them. You play a bunch of them. Next. Judge Amont. Graveborn's so nasty if you get that engine going. Yeah. Hey, this is one I talked about in Discord. Anger. For the Incarnation cycle. Yeah. Anger shits on the others. Look, Wonder's good. You definitely play Wonder in certain decks. And sometimes maybe you play Filth if you're in an Urborg deck to make all your guys unblockable. Like, that's a play you could do. Brawn, never. Valor, never. It's Anger. And this one's clear red victory. Anger is just about a staple in red decks, and you sometimes play these, and they're not bad. Wonder's better, but yeah, Anger gets the W. Also, Burning Wish, technicality. Burning Wish shits on the rest of them. Strong red win here, not even close. Yeah, some people fooled around with Living Wish here and there to find Dark Depths in some random-ass decks, and yeah, you played Cunning Wish in Solidarity, High Tide, and, you know, Show and Tell, Omniscience here and there, whatever. Burning Wish. Golden Wish, I don't even know what it does because it's costs 5. What? You can't play any of these in Commander because there's no sideboard, Wish board, which I'm actually kind of sad about because I like wishes and I wish you could. Like, I'd play Living Wish in Green Commander all day. I'd play Burning Wish in every Commander deck I ever made. I would splash red for it. But, you know, maybe even Cunning Wish in some of this stuff. But it was not to be. They don't want you making 115 card Commander decks. You know, fair enough. Slash notes. Red gets a philosophical W here. Oh yeah, the sacrifice this creature cycle. Hapless Researcher wins here because you used it as a discard outlet for very early blue-black, well, early mid blue-black Reanimator, and the rest of these kind of suck. Sometimes you would go for the Bodyguard maybe, but yeah, Hapless Researcher wins, but it's not used in anything and it's more just trivia, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, red did collect a big old, I was just on Odyssey, right? No, I was just on Judgment. I don't know why my brain. Oh yeah, Rites of the Shrines. Cycles, please. Thank you. I don't know what any of these shrines do. I can't remember, so it's probably not. Whenever a player plays a spell, counter it unless they pay X or X's number of cards in all graveyards the same name as that spell. That player gains X life. Okay, yeah, this cares about the number of cards, so obviously you wouldn't do this in Commander, right? So, yeah. Or which is actually banned, or is it they just don't do anything? They're not banned, they don't function. So they're not technically banned, but they don't function, which is basically like banning them. Like, it's the same thing. Since there's no sideboard, there's the card doesn't function. Yeah. Oh yeah, the flip guys. It's Irayo, right? Who is banned in Commander, like actually banned in Commander. Trivia, they had to rewrite this bottom part because at the time it was a command and not an effect. It said counter the first spell played by each opponent each turn, but that's like telling you to do something. It should be the first spell is countered, and they had to like errata it. It got banned in Commander because people would play it as the commander and then flip it right away and then counter the first spell everyone plays starting turn 2. It wasn't actually that good. We proxied up versions of it and ran it as commander, and it actually wasn't that good. But I could see it being annoying for people, so hey, there it is. Runetail is great because you play it and it auto flips. That's funny. But yeah, one of these is banned and the other ones basically nobody plays. All of the, and so Enduring Ideal wins here because it was the only one of these that ever got played in a meaningful deck of any sort. But it was a meme deck, first of all, and second of all, They're epic cards, which is also memey. So yeah, you're the winner, but no one plays you. Jed, yeah, just not fun, I guess. Yeah, it's for like it's for fun, right? Like salt or toxic stuff, and not necessarily for being like good. Eternal Dominion is kind of a fun meme, but you know, it is a bunch of memes. Yeah, a lot of cycles in Kamigawa. There is a Celestial Kirin like meme commander deck you could make, even though Spirit and Arcane spells are very rare. But that doesn't count. None of these cards are any good. Every once in a while, a million years ago, when there was nothing better to do, you could sometimes play this to return stuff to your hand, but then they printed better cards. Oh yeah, the Ghostlit Warder, probably for the channel counter. Technically uncounterable counterspell, although you're paying 4 to do it. Yeah, none of this is meaningful enough, I don't think. Shouldn't be a surprise for Saviors of Kamigawa. Well, Betrayers. They're giving them in the reverse order, which is interesting. Yeah, the shoals. Blazing Shoal is responsible for infect wins like on turn 1. Well, 2. Turn 1, Inkmoth Nexus. Turn 2, kill you with Blazing Shoal. In Modern, before they had a ban list. And Nourishing Shoal is used in like some weirdo Grizzlebrandy kind of legacy combos and stuff, but nobody plays any of them in Commander, so it doesn't matter. Patron of the Moon is the best in Commander, but it's a super niche card that doesn't really matter, I think. Dude, Harubi's Whisper, this shit was so sick in Draft. In Betrayer's Draft, dude, this shit was so sick. Anyway, whatever. Kamio False Hope probably wins. Is this a meaningful enough card? I mean, it's no Sarah's Sanctum versus Shivan Gorge or anything. But Kamio False Hope was once kind of like the Spore Frog of white in a certain way. It seems like such a minor kind of pathetic card to give a win to somebody for. Oh yeah, the Genjus. I remember them. Was Umezawa's Jite part of a cycle? I don't think so. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Manamo wins this one. Manamo wins this one hard. Blue W. Blue W. Untapped target legendary permanent. That's very good with Commanders of the Tap. HeyWoah. That's basically an island. It's like a $40 island or some shit, but what are you going to do? Kokusho, the Evening Star, strongly wins here. Yosei did have a kind of like a Pickles sort of stacks kind of thing in 1v1. You do have to target a player, so you pick on one person, but yeah, Kokusho still used today. Less than he used to be. Either was banned or they were talking about banning him a million years ago to show the state of the format. But yeah, Kokusho. Big W from Black, my boy. I love this guy. He gains you 15 life. And he's a win con during a million loops. Good work, Black. And now we got the Myojins. So Knight's Reach is the best. It's tied for the cheapest. You tap Cabal Coffers, get a Myojin and Knight's Reach, remove the counter, and all your opponents discard their hands. It works perfectly for Commander. It's good protection. It's kind of a final, okay, you guys can scoop now versus Cabal Coffers style decks. Probably the most played out of all of them. Myojin of Life's Web got Timmy power creeped by, what's that dinosaur for 8? Like Oogla or something. There's some dinosaur that does this on ETB. And that thing's played way more than this is. I think this is mostly not played. I think Myojin and Night Reach is basically not really played either, though. So, I don't know. It's the winner of the cycle. Do we give this to black? Vote now on your phones while I scroll past the Honden cycle, of which a few of them are pretty good. You know, Seeing Winds is great. Knight's Reach is great, even though it does target an opponent. Infinite Rage is a low-key good one, actually. With Shrine decks, you want to play every Shrine anyway, so it's kind of like whatever. I guess Seeing Winds is the best. But you just like play Shrine keyword cards. You don't remember the last time you've seen a Myojin. It's probably too boomer coded, I guess, but technically Myojin of Knight's Reach is the best one. Oh, the Zuberas, dude. Izumi Shortfang, this shit was super good. Or I mean, Grave Robber. Grave Robber was super good. We got this awful land cycle. Yeah, that's about it. Hey, we got a land out of the deal. We got one for Kamigawa. 5th Dawan. Oh, the Bringers, right? Bringer of the Dawns, of which black and blue are just about equally good. White is actually low-key kind of nice. Red is bad, and green is very bad. Green is probably the worst one. Kokusho didn't get the win? Oh, it sure did, yeah. Yeah, Kokusho got the win, and the land got the win. So Kamigawa gave us 2, now that I think about it. Anyway, you're playing these in 5 color. You're not playing them. No one plays them. But I think the black and the blue one are about equal. Black one is more pinpoint strong. The blue one is more just pure just cards in your hand. The Beacon cycle, none of these are that great anymore. I have a soft spot in my heart for Beacon of Creation after they printed Yavi Maya so that all your lands are forests. I actually like that funny combo now, but it's not like anyone would or ever plays it. Beacon of Unrest is an awful rate. Beacon of Immortality is probably the most playable one, maybe, in life gain decks. Beacon of Destruction sucks. Beacon of Tomorrow is too expensive. If you're trying to play extra turns, which I usually don't in Commander, there's like 7 better ones. And if you're trying to reanimate, the rate of 5 for one thing is... like, you can play about 5 or 6 reanimate style cards for 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 5 is just not good enough of a rate for me. Nobody wins. And then these are about equal, but nobody plays them, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, it can target opponent's graveyard as well, just like Reanimate, just like Animate Dead, just like Necromancy. Okay, Cranial Plating. I forgot that it was part of a cycle. Oh, no. Cranial Plating, 9 out of 10. These others, 0. Yeah, Cranial Plating, score 1 technically for black, although really it's just for artifacts. Black W. Cranial Plating, yeesh. Strong win. The Power. What about Darko Steel? nobody plays any of these. Affinity for swamps, islands, you know, mountains, whatever. I mean, back in the day, I played as Oxida Golem. Make a 2/3 for 2. That's great, but yeah, not now. When a card erases the history of the cycle, yeah, that's kind of how it is. Echoing Truth, big winner here. Although Echoing Decay saw some play. Good anti-token tech, but not too big of a deal in Commander, actually. All of these are awful. And Pulse, dude, Pulse. Pulse of the Forge, probably the best in Constructed, but no one would play any of these now. HeyWoah during the work day? Hell yeah, brother. Hey, please enjoy. Yeah, Echoing Courage was dope and limited. You are right. Man, Darksteel gets nothing. Okay, what about Mirodin? Yep, the artifact lands. They're all equal. And, like, each one of these was kind of the best in a different time and place, right? Like, black was really good for a while, and blue was really good for a while, and then they started printing a bunch more artifact affinity stuff in white for, like, modern, and then suddenly Ancient Den got a little better. Yeah, Dragon's Claw's the winner because it was the only remotely useful one, even though it was also bad. Like, you could sideboard it, I guess, but... Are we sure that this is a cycle? Oh, it's because they have Entwine. The commons with Entwine, okay. Journey of Discovery sort of shits on these, right? I mean, Dreams Grips sometimes, but... I don't think anyone remembers Journey of Discovery. I do, I play it, but not enough. Fucking Hematite Golem. The Heme. The mirrors, the replicas. This one's... For a time, these things were played. You played Alpha Replica a lot. I saw that happen. But they kind of power crept these guys into colors and made them cost either 1 or 2. And then do more than just this. So Crystal Shard is the best one here because you can return your own stuff. But that's like a boomer commander thing. I don't think people do that anymore. Slith Firewalker is the best one here, but only in Constructed, only at the time. Spell Bombs. Well, Pyrite Spellbomb is responsible for a lot of technical win conditions. And Aether Spellbomb is really good utility that is still sometimes even used in Muldrotha style or Egg style decks. Pyrite and Aether. Yeah, I'm gonna call these like even / not impactful enough, but they're kind of close. And then we got the towers. Yeah, Tower of Fortunes. Draw 4 cards. Let's go. Huge. It's the clear winner here, but they're all colorless, and it's bad and funny, so no. Futur Saito. Man, Grandeur came out at a bad time as Commander was kind of moving up in the ranks. Virulent Sliver, part of the original Protean Hulk combo, one of them. The one that required attacking, which I think was maybe the worst. But it was the smallest footprint in the deck or something like that. Oh, these have weird... I don't know why that's considered a... Oh yeah, Magus of the... Magus of the Moon wins here. Hat tip, Magus of the Future. Do people play Magus of the Moon and Commander? Only if they're mean, right? For meanies. But yeah, Magus of the Moon, easy W in the Magus cycle. This one literally helps your opponents. Gross. Future Magus of the Future, probably the second best. Yes, the Pact. So, Pact of Negation is obviously the best one, but man, Summoner's Pact is very combo-y. And you can use Summoner's Pact to get Elvish Spirit Guide, so it's like yet another free mana in CEDH. It's like kind of close. If you're talking about CEDH, right? Like free counter win versus free extra mana to enable the win. Both of them are used a lot. I would say that Pact of Negation is used more. Pact of the Titan is trash. Slaughter Pact is sometimes played as a real card in a non-combo way. Pact of the Titan, the only thing you're going to do is win with, what's that card? The enchantment for 6 where your opponents copy all your stuff. Yeah, the Pact cycle's not unbalanced. I kind of have to give it to Pact of Negation, but Summoner's Pact is a very strong second place. Really enables a lot of gross crap. But I'm going to give it to Pact of Neg. Yeah, Hive Mind, that was the card. Hive Mind. Intervention Pact, not today, Junior. Grove of the Burn Willows, part of the Punishing Fire combo, which is banned to this day. Too good. 2 damage. 2 damage, opponent gains a life every turn. Too good. Too good. Oh, I forgot. Okay, Talaria West. Dakmor Salvage being Dredge is actually useful, and there's a lot of like, what's that Golgari Toad guy that, anyway, there's combos with him and 2 Dakmor Salvages. But yeah, Talaria West, strong winner here. Blue collects another W. What's being covered this stream? We're going over every Magic cycle of Consequence and seeing which color gets the best one for modern day commander leaning stuff. Like which is the, if there's a cycle, is it unbalanced? Is it mostly even? So far, white has never had a best card of a cycle. It started with the quest, ja, das Gitterog Monster Creature. It started with Persecution Complex red players saying that the red version is always the worst. But white still hasn't collected a W, so maybe, I don't know, maybe, we'll see. We haven't even entered into, like, you know, Future Sight is kind of the starting point of a modern Magic kind of thing, right? So we'll see. We'll see what happens when they stop caring about the color pie and pushing everything. What do you mean by cycle? So a cycle is when they produce typically one of every color's version of a theme or idea with similar costs and mechanics, right? So, for instance, the Time Spiral cycle of Dawn Charm, Piracy Charm, Midnight Charm, Fury Charm, Evolution Charm. And their point is they cost a small amount of mana, they're all instants, and they all involve choosing one between 3 things that have something to do with that color, right? A cycle is when they're on motorbikes. Yeah, true. Out of all 5 of these cards that are never played in anything, white is technically the best. But, yeah. Prevent all combat damage without this turn, regenerate a creature, or counter target spell target 2. All those things are good. I think, yeah, it's the best one out of these. But it not being that great or run in anything, I think it's underrated. I think I agree with you, Kahi, that it is underrated. How about that? Dawn Charm is underrated, but also by me, so it's not on the list. It's a good. It's clearly the best charm. I'll put it that way. Oh yeah, all the Suspendex guys, terrible. Dreamscape Artist is maybe the best because it gives blue away to search for a land somehow. The old Calciderm. And then Incomplete Cycles, I guess, is down here. Boom and Bust being the best one of those. White will get Sun Titan, right? Well, it would, if only Primetime didn't exist. Oh, Cold Snap. I liked Cold Snap Type 2. All right, sideboard cards. Flash Freeze being good, Deathmark being good. Man, Rune Snag, this shit was so good in Type 2. Dude, Rune Snag was so good. However, Rite of Flame, red, I forgot that this was a cycle. But it was Rite of Flame, massive, throbbing W here for red. Jesus. Just destroys the rest of them. Great work, Rite of Flame. People even play this in Commander, and you can't even play more than one, and they still play it in Commander. Holy. Deathmark Sweep. Yeah, Deathmark Sweep. But Flash Freeze is good, too. Never looked at the other ones. Never felt the need to. Fury of the Horde was briefly a combo piece in Tin Fins in Legacy. You would play with Grizzlebrand and swing for 7 and draw 7, and then exile 2 red cards for Fury of the Horde to swing again, so that you could then draw more cards and eventually kill someone or Tendrils out. But none of these cards are really played in anything in Commander. You could play Sunscour, I guess. You could play Commandeer, I guess. But kind of what it's more like a trivia thing. Soul Spike spiked in Modern when they printed Necrodominance. Remember this because you had 20 copies for some reason. And, you know, it's like pottery, you know? History repeats. Because back in the day, instead of Necrodominance, they had Necropotence. And instead of Soul Spike, they had, Spinning Darkness or something like that, where you would exile a black card and vampirically life drain something so that you could keep drawing cards. Yeah, none of the Ripple cards are any good. Surging Flame, I guess, but whatever. The Ripplers. Tamanoa, Sekukar, Garzozal, Zur the Enchanter, and Diamond Fairy. One of these is not like the other, and it's Zur. That's Mr. Zur to you. Speaking of Necropotence, I attack. Get Necropotence. We can wrap this one up. And then the Snow-Covered Land cycle, which I still like to this day. Dissension. This is just going to be a bunch of multicolor ones, but there was an Eidolon cycle, I guess. HeyWoah. Anyway, this is all going to be multicolor stuff, so we're going to mostly ignore it because we're talking about individual colors here. I imagine a lot of Ravnica is going to be like that, but we'll see. Guild Pact. Oh no, the ley lines and the original Nephilim, the 4 colors. Big ley line of the void blasting these out of the stratosphere. Ley line of the void, strong black W here. power. Now tied with green, but still under blue. When we get to Anticipation, it'll be back to blue. Oh yeah, there were Skulkas, the Infiltrators, and then a bunch of multicolor stuff that we'll be ignoring for now. And the original one, the one that Richard Garfield came back and helped design, was Ravnica, and he came up with the hybrid mana. Let's go by cycles, please. I fail to understand what this cycle is here. This is a cycle of rare, what, triple color cards of any sort? It's just 3 mana of any one color plus being a rare? I don't know that I want to call this a cycle. You know? It's 5 completely different cards that have the thinnest. It's just being 3 colors. If they consider this a cycle, then it's Court of Calling. And it's not close. Like, Blazing Archon is a good card in Commander, kinda, that you maybe might play if you're old. Court of Calling is nutso. So, I mean, maybe Mythic Spoilers knows something I don't. But if this is a cycle, Court of Calling shits on the other ones. Plus it has Convoke. Jesus. Look, I love me some Helldozer just as much as anyone else. This is a pet card of mine. The Mel, okay? The Mel of Helldozer is like perfect. He's a zombie giant. His arms are wrecking balls. Okay? And you pay Dark Ritual mana and tap him to destroy target land. If it's non-basic, untap him. So what does this do? You're tapping him like a hammer. You're actually smashing, like with a hammer, the lands. And for each non-basic, you're moving your arm right back, right? And so you keep hammering. Like, it's funny. It's a funny image that the rules kind of create. But, I mean, yeah, it's Court Calling. The Hunted cycle, the most played one was probably Hunted Horror. Kind of a beloved cycle among a certain brain of Magic player. And yeah, Hunted Horror probably the best. Hunted Dragon maybe because the dudes can't stop you know? Like these have pro green and they can block, and this one have flying and they can chump, and he doesn't have trample, but at least this one you just get your damage, right? And then out of these, Faith's Fetters was the best, but that's like a limited thing. No one played any of the... I mean, Galvanic Arc was a win condition in Infinite Warp World stuff, but who cares? Flight of Fancy draws cards at least. Look at the Sajam on this guy, the schnoz. Holy. And then a bunch of multicolor stuff that we won't be getting into. 9th edition. Alara Reborn. Probably going to get a bunch more gold color stuff in this one. Oh yeah, the border posts in people's balanced decks. Yeah. Violent Outburst, responsible for a whole bunch of Cascade victories, that's for sure. So this one stands out there. Bloodbraid Elf. When in doubt, Jund them out. Ardent Plea, also a big one for the Cascade decks, but those would happen much later, when they printed Eureka as a 0 mana suspend only card later on. Okay, yep, just a bunch of multicolor stuff here. Conflukes. More multicolors. Okay, Magister Sphinx takes the W here. If we're talking Boomer Commander, for sure. You know, set him at 10 and kill him. People were talking about banning this guy. I have a soft spot in my heart for Carnal Horde Worm, though. 6/6 trample for 7, and when he deals combat damage to an opponent, any damage, you may return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Dude, the recursion, I love me some recursion, even though it's expensive to set up. Now, shards. Wait, did I go to shards? No, I didn't. Yeah, the original ultimatums. Oh, the ultimatum cycle. So, at least originally, I think we can all admit that Cruel Ultimatum was the star of the show in Constructed. I think it was the only one that was really ever used. Titanic Ultimatum for a little while in Boomer Commander before Naya got a bunch better win conditions. Clarion Ultimatum has a special note because it doesn't do anything in Commander, which is very sad. And Violent Ultimatum got power crept to shit by the Mardu one. As far as the charms are concerned, Naya Charm was good, Jun Charm was good, Esper Charm was great. Anyway, doesn't matter. These are all multicolors. I would love to nostalgize about these, but we got 100 sets to go through. And we're looking for monocolor stuff. Man, Eventide, what a great set. Shadowmoor, Eventide, Morningtide, this block was great. You missed Scourge, the Dragon Aura cycle is your pet cycle. The Flame Breath one is the best. You used it in Oath of Druids, or at least I did. You cast Dawn Chime to counter Cruel Ultimatum. Got him. Oh yeah, the Deus, the Dominus, the Divinities, the Overbearing. Yeah, those are cool. None of these cards matter at all. The Chroma stuff. Out of these, Raven's Crime is for sure the best, but nobody uses any of them anymore. But Raven's Crime was the best. No question. And then the Filter Lands. Shadowmoor. Okay, out of the original set, right? Shield of the Oversoul, very good. Steel of the Godhead, very good. Maybe a tie. There's other shit, no way. But Shield of the Oversoul, very good for just sticking around. Steel of the Godhead, very good for enabling grossness. So I think I'm going to give them a tie there, even though they're multicolored. I don't need to really talk about these, but the best one is Wilt. A lot of multicolor stuff. Flow of Ideas with a big Froge face in the beginning of it. That's funny. Out of all of these, Nullspine Dragon is the most used. It's still used today in red decks, although it's a terrible card. And it just shows the pathetic depths that red has to stoop to technically kind of draw cards. But it's the only one that's used today, but it's not a good card. Windbrisk Raptor is kinda sometimes. I think Windbrisk Raptor is kinda sometimes used in certain life gain decks, but I kind of don't want to give this one to red because Nullspine Dragon is technically the best in the cycle. But the fact that people actually play this thing in 2025 just shows how shit red is as a color. In command, all right, yeah, I'll give it to you. People use it, and it's the best. Pity. Oh, this one's actually I don't know. This one's actually kind of a thing, all right? Puppeteer Click is very good. Woodfall Primus has kind of been power crept. But he's a good boomer commander card. I don't know if kids know about Puppeteer Click nowadays. I'm going to call it a tie. Click is really good for stealing creatures, getting value from them, and then exiling them. So it does double duty and plus persist, and it's way more castable. Woodfall Promise, if you're looking to destroy permanents in green, you actually get a lot of power crept alternatives that are a lot cheaper usually. I'd consider him a tie. Yeah, Beseech the Queen. Clear winner. None of these other ones do anything at all, although Spectral Possession was a thing back in the day, and maybe Flame Javelin as well, I guess. But yeah, Beseech the Queen, very playable still in Commander. If you're not trying to buy an Imperial Seal or whatever, and you're still looking for like the third or fourth, if you're in a budget deck, and you want something close to a Demonic Tutor in mono black, Beseech the Queen is a great choice still to this day. The problem is you do have to reveal the card, which is a problem. But you know, you're playing a budget deck, you're gonna have to eat some shit, right? Or so the kids ain't clicking. 3 dudes, old memes, yeah. Where's Bogard Ram Gang at? The Wisps, the Initiates, the Scarecrows, and the Lands. Okay, so Leech-Ridden Swamp. Leech-Ridden Swamp is technically the best because it's a Windcron and black-blue Palancron decks, much like Shivan Gorge, except better. Technically a swamp, so you can fetch for it. Mistvale Plains is good for super, like, search your library recursive engine decks that happen to be in white, because you can put a card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library and then go tutor for it. And it's a plane, so you can fetch for these are like even, almost never played, but they have some sort of use. I'm gonna call it even on those two. And then this shit where it's like shuffle your library for no reason. Look at the top card, but don't do anything with it. Nah. Oh, Lorwyn. The introduction of Planeswalkers and the beginning of the end for Magic. No, I'm kidding. Big cycles. Look at these huge cycles for some reason. Interesting. Is that a quirk of the website? Because I went colors here, and now I'm seeing the original Planeswalker cycles. Garruk was the best. Liliana Vess, second best. Man, if we could go back in time and tell them not to do this. And also not sell to Hasbro. Whatever. The commands, for sure in Commander, Austere Command is the one. In Constructed, it's Cryptic, and it's not close. But yeah, Austere Command. Am I booming? Do people still play Austere Command? I mean, we've gotten a lot of power creeping as far as Wrath of Gods are concerned. But I mean, Austere Command, if we're talking Commander, Austere takes it. And it's a pretty thorough taking. Like you take it. White. It took from alpha until Lorwyn for white to collect its first W. And it's only, I mean, it's kind of a W, but there's like 7 better Wraths nowadays. But people still play it. With Farewell, why play it anymore? Maybe because you're trying to play Wrath of Gods in a deck that also recurs stuff, and you don't want to exile your own things. It's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, textless cryptic command S tier for sure. Yeah, classic. Chorkley, damn, my favorite betrayal of Krondor streamers getting loquacious about cycles. Loquacious, good word. Very talkative. I don't know if I'm loquacious exactly. The streamer kind of has to be. I gotta pick an L word here. I'm more lugubrious, if you will. Man, look at these $14 words. Oh yeah, this cycle. Vigor, Hostility, Dread, Guile, Guile, and Purity. So Guile is part of some infinite combos. The one that comes to mind immediately is the old stupid Dovescape one. Dread's just a decent, like generically good 6 mana like black creature. And Vigor is part of some infinites as well. Nobody plays any of these anymore, I don't think at all. But I don't think this is an unbalanced set. They're all like decent. I mean, Hostility and Purity are trash, but whatever. Lethargic. Oh, okay. Bunch of this stuff, bunch of that stuff. I think this is just color now. I want to go to cycles, but when I go to cycles, it shows me this weird stuff. Out of all these, probably Gaddock Teague for having the most impact in the most formats the most often and for the longest. Brian Stoutarm was a funny old commander. Might even be still useful today just because threat and effects scale with the power of the things your opponents play. I like Horde of Notions, Elemental Tribal 5-color. And Nash of the Gilt Leaf. I actually like this guy as a little 2-card combo with Sadistic Hypnotist, a personal favorite of mine. Anyway. Oh, the Hideaway Lands. Man, I was almost good at Magic when I was a grinder, but I never understood why anyone liked Hideaway Lands. That's okay. I'm being a little inflammatory here. That being said, Sheldock Isle in limited. Sheldock Isle. You can get your library to 20 or fewer cards pretty easy in limited. So, hat tip to Sheldock there. Anyway, I don't think you play any of these in Commander anyway, so... I mean, maybe Timmy plays Mosswort Bridge in Commander, and maybe, like, White Weenie Timmy plays Windburst Heights, but, yeah, nah. Oh, yeah, the Changelings. Oh, this is the cycle of Champion a Creature ones, which there weren't... I guess it doesn't have the other two. What was the cycle of the 4-mana green dude that had protection from black, and then the white mana one for 3 that you could give all your creatures, you could pay X, and it later became the Baldur's Gate card, and they added another 2 colors to it. Could you give like a 1-sentence overview of what each cycle does? Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah. You do, in fact, play with a Timmy in Commander, and he does play Mosswort Bridge. Okay, well, fair enough. All right. Starting with the next set, I'll be briefly explaining the cycles. I probably should have been doing that. And by the next set, I mean New Phyrexia, because I clicked on Dragon's Mage by accident. Yeah, Chameleon and Mirror, that's it. Chameleon one was good and constructed, and Mirror was, and still remains pretty good. But I don't know if they were part of a cycle, I guess. Okay, the Praetor cycle. Each one a legendary Praetor, Phyrexian. The point of this cycle is unbelievably huge card that helps you and hurts your opponent along the same axis. So it gives you a great buff and your opponent a big negative, but it's on the same theme. So like Elesh Norn, your creatures get +2/+2, opponent's creatures get -2/-2. So it's a 4 swing. Its state-based effects kills anything with a toughness of 2 or less before anyone can even do anything about it. Elesh Norn's really good. You would see Elesh Norn in Reanimator decks and stuff to auto-win against Elves and early-game Merfolk and stuff. I played it for sure. It was great. Jin Gitaxias. Beginning of your end step, draw 7 cards. Each opponent's max hand size reduced by 7. Crazy. Crazy non-games. A lot of turn 1 reanimate Jin Gitaxias, draw 7 cards, discard a bunch of stuff, go, force a will 1 card, and then your opponent loses the game. Like, it's so good. In Commander, it's so good as well. People don't play this one too much along with Vorn. It's like a Vorinclex and Jin Gitaxias are perhaps a touch too mean for normal Commander, but they're so good in it. Shieldred, classic black good stuff. So good. Your upkeep, return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield every turn. The recursion is insane. It doesn't care about the cost of the thing. It doesn't lose you life. It doesn't give it a finality counter or some other bullshit seatbelt kid glove thing. And at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, they sacrifice a creature. Super great. Wonderful, really strong card. And then Urabrask the Hidden, definitely the worst one. But actually still good. Okay, 5 is maybe more than you want to pay for it, but your guys having haste and everybody else's guys entering tapped is so brutal when it comes to meat and potatoes magic. It's so brutal. And then Vorinclex, your lands tap for double and your opponent's lands don't untap. Brutal. It causes politics, how your opponents sort of have to quietly figure out who's going to take the hit by killing Vorinclex so that their stuff doesn't untap. All 5 of these, kind of not you, are amazing and very played even to this day. The ones there, Shieldred's probably played the most. Elesh Norn probably second most, then Vorinclex. But I don't think there's a clear winner here. They're basically all amazing, although Urabrask is not. But it's not like crazy worse. It's just red has a lot better ways to get haste. The Chancellors. Tango was used in some meme decks to get a free mana sometimes. Annex was used in very early red-black stupid Reanimator in Legacy. None of these are anything in Commander. Same with the Inquisitors. I don't know. Okay, so Deceiver Exarch, obviously part of what's that deck that was banned, but it shouldn't have been? Splinter Twin, yeah. Anyway, prominent card in Splinter Twin, doesn't die to Lightning Bolt. Entomber Exarch is low-key good. Return a creature from your graveyard to your hand, or an opponent reveals their hand, you choose a non-creature, they discard it. Like, Entomber Exarch is a good card. It's a boomerish kind of good generic black card, but it's good. Brutalizer Exarch. Some people play this in some things. I don't know why. Costing 6 is nuts. And it puts it on top. Which I would rather it be in my hand by 1,000,000. But you can put a non-creature permanent on the bottom of its owner's library. Gets around indestructible. You would probably play this in some like Animar, Kano's Ano sort of deck where it actually costs green instead of 6. But Nobody plays Deceiver really in Commander. Entomber Exarch isn't exciting enough. Yeah, this is kind of like whatever. I guess maybe the green one is the best. But they're close enough that nobody's dominating here. Fucking Kano's Ano. I can't believe that. Mirrodin Besieged. Cycles. Oh, the Zeniths. Okay, well, first things first. The red one fucking sucks. Holy. It's because it was removal and Blink decks used Brutalizer. And also, yeah, the Tuck rule, I guess. Green Sun Zenith wins. It's not close. Green Sun Zenith smashes. And Red Sun Zenith is by far the worst. Like, it's embarrassing. Sorcery. White Sun Zenith is great in token decks, you know. Instant speed 2/2s is a good rate there. Blue Sun Zenith is good for like the alternative win con of some decks. You know, you can target other players with it. You can keep recurring it in some sort of, you know, goofy ass combo turn where you have infinite mana and you're drawing your deck over and over. Black Sun Zenith is mostly trash, but it does have some synergy with counters that you might care about, I guess. And the red one is just unplayable. Green Sun Zenith by a fucking country mile. The power. Banned in Modern. Did they just unban this? They unbanned something in Modern. What is this cycle about? This cycle is about being an X mana spell that shuffles into its owner's library after you cast it. And so that's the theme there, is it's a card that costs X and then the color, and it shuffles in after you're done. So you get to replay it over and over as you draw and play the game. Which I think there should be more of that. I like that idea. Like the beacons from Darksteel were the same thing. When you cast them, they would shuffle in. I thought that was cool. I would like them to revisit that more. Mostly because I want to keep casting the same spell over and over, because I like recursion. Who knew? They unbanned it. Oh, they did? Fun is allowed? Let's go. Okay, Consecrated Sphinx wasn't part of a cycle. I wondered if it was. Maybe Consecrated Sphinx and Massacre Room, like mythic rare creatures or something like that, but no, not really. Okay. Consecrated was going to win whatever the fuck cycle it was technically in, but it wasn't a cycle, so fair enough. All right. Scars of Mirrodin. Yeah, Massacre Worm is a beloved creature, but if it was in a cycle with Consecrated Sphinx, it would not be close. Oh, the Smith cycle. The Trigons, bunch of mirror, bunch of replicas. These are a big upgrade from the Darksteel replicas. Draw 2 cards and lose 2 life was used in Boomer Commander sometimes, Sylvok replica as well, but all this stuff got power crept crazy. Nihil Spellbomb shits on all these, but Grave Hate that costs almost nothing has been so power crept that I don't even think you use this anymore, which is crazy. But, you know, the Grave Hate, the No Fun Allowed Brigade. You're going to have to remind me when they started printing brand new cards in M sets, which I think was, I want to say it was M10. So I might be clicking on M sets now. I know 9th was pure reprints. X might have had new ones, but I know that M10 did. Ah, yes. The Titans. Let's go left to right, shall we? Sun Titan. Amazing. The whole point of the Titans is they're 6 mana, 6/6s to do something when they enter and when they attack. That's value. Enter or attack, return a permanent, cost 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. This includes lands. This includes fetch lands. This includes Commander's Sphere, so you draw a card every turn. This includes your creatures, sackable things. Sun Titan is so fucking good. Sun Titan is so good. And it's still excellent today. Really strong. Massive W here. Frost Titan. Trash. It did invent Ward, I guess. Kinda. Well, no. It didn't invent Ward. That was that floating spirit orb thing that people played in Merfolk from like Kamigawa or something like that. Anyway, whatever. This shit sucks. It taps something and it doesn't untap. Grave Titan. This guy stinks. Now, when he was printed, people were like, oh shit, power creep. Grave Titan is power creep. You get 2/2/2 zombies when he enters or attacks. You pay 6 mana, you get 10 power and toughness across 3 bodies. It's broken. You played it in like Legacy sometimes, even as a my opponent has too much grave hate, so now I have to play a normal deck kind of a thing. And it was good against certain like single target decks that couldn't deal with such a wide playing field. Anyway, they weren't exactly wrong at the time, but now we look at Grave Titan, and creatures have been so absurdly pushed that he's terrible. Like, he's actually dog shit. And not only that, Primeval Titan is the same thing as Grave Titan, except better, and I'll explain why in a moment. Now we get to Inferno Titan. Inferno Titan's great for his time and place. He did 3 damage divided as you choose among 1, 2, or 3 targets. That's great. He has fire breathing. That's not great. If he had haste instead, it would be a different fucking story. The spreading damage out is good. If he has haste, you can spread 6 of it. Like, he's fine. I don't think you would actually play him in anything nowadays. But he was cool for his time and place. Kind of like Grave Titan, although interestingly, I think Inferno Titan has aged slightly better than Grave Titan has over the years, although neither of them are really worth it. And yeah, that is a good point, people comfy. Frost Titan memed on the other Titans because he just beats them. He taps the other Titan, they don't untap. And so he just clowns on him. But he's bad. And then Prime Time, the one that needed to be banned. Yeah, I don't know why his 6/6 needs Death Touch anyway. That was stupid. And here's Prime Time. He has Trample, which is the best of all of these. Hat Tip Vigilance. Enters, search for 2 lands, put them out tapped. Insane. Like, so good. And it only gets, every year Prime Time gets better. Unlike most other creatures in the game, where power creep just pushes them out, Prime Time gets better every year that Magic keeps printing cards, because they keep pushing how strong lands can be. Yeah, you can get a Gaia's Cradle, you can get Cabal Coffers, you can get Thespian Stage Dark Depths, you can get whatever, right? And then they printed Field of the Dead. And when they printed Field of the Dead, Primeval Titan became Grave Titan, except better. If you want, if you feel like it. And every time they mess up and print a new land that's obscene, Prime Time gets better and better and better. You can get Eye of Ugin with it. Ridiculous. If Sun Titan is an 8 out of 10, and Primeval Titan is a 16 out of 10, green gets a massive W here. So massive, in fact, that it's banned. Although a lot of people think it shouldn't be, and they're wrong. Even back in the day, it was go get Valakut. Yeah, the fucking Valakut. Oh, yeah. And then we got those Planeswalkers that we saw before. It's Garruk, but you don't play any of them, so it doesn't matter. I guess these are a cycle, but no one cares. Out of these, probably Ajani's Pride Maid, if we're talking constructed. Oh yeah, the ley lines. The first printing of all the ley lines, Leyline of the Void 1. Now in Commander, Leyline of Anticipation is probably the best one. Leyline of Sanctity, fixing the sideboards since 2011. Just put 4 of them in the sideboard, dude. Against discard, you're fine. Against red burn, you're fine. Anyway, in Constructed, Leyline of Sanctity made a big splash, and Leyline of the Void. But in Commander, it's Anticipation. Blue collects the dub. Mostly because it still costs 4, and it's like Vidalcan Orrery. Anyway, the Leyline cycle is cards that if in their opening hand, you get to put them out for free before the game begins. And they all cost 4. Why do MTG creatures keep getting pumped? Did instants and sorceries just start so buff? No. They just decided that the game should be much more creature focused. That was like a design philosophy. That the game should be a lot more about creatures than chilling behind your shields and then like casting a bunch of spells to win. They determined that people like that less than creatures, and so they decided to make creatures insane. Now, in the early game, spells were way better than creatures, that's true, and creatures were even dog shit back then. But they've gone too far. They've made spells generally worse, and creatures, I don't know, modern creatures have like 2 sorceries printed in their text box while being 5/5s for 4 and stuff. Like it's actually nuts, the power creep of it. They won't even print counterspell. They won't even print counterspell in standard. They're so terrified of spells being okay. But hey, don't worry about it. The cowards. But HeyWoah creatures are spells on the stack, true. And they stick around. This cycle, first of all, no one cares. Second of all, Chieftain is good. Elvish Archdruid is probably better for Commander. Obviously in an Elf deck. This is great in a Merfolk deck. I don't know. I think probably no one cares, but we'll say maybe Elvic Archdruid. Plenty of people play Elves, right? Elf deck. Won't even print Yawgmoth's Will anymore, cowards. Actually, they did. It's in red of all colors. And it's pretty good. Only costs 2. Yeah, they did print a green one for 0. There is that. Guys will. Damn, look at this. Autumn's Veil is great. Deathmark is great. Yeah, anyway, all this stuff. Sideboard cards. They're great. Rise of the Eldrazi. Not too much here, obviously. A lot of colorless stuff. These are mostly failed mechanics level. I mean, Echo Mage, I guess, but who cares? World Wake. Dude, Loam Lion. Dude, I remember Loam Lion. Dude, the color shifted Curd Ape. That shit was sick. I remember Naya Zoo when Tarmogoyf came out. Had Wild Nicatl, maybe a little Kasali Pride Mage in there. Path to Exile gets printed. Start playing that because you can kill your opponent easier. In Legacy, you'd play Sylvan Library and that shit. Fire Blast sometimes. Dude. That era of Zoo was cool. And this is all kind of nothing. And then down here, these are actually kind of good. Celestial Colonnade was the one for Control. Creeping Tar Pit saw play in Legacy. Raging Ravine was like a one of or something in some Jund business. Anyway, did some. There were some things. There were some things there. When manlands were manlands, am I right? Ooh, Death Shadow. Ooh. Careful. You know, Dragon Master Outcast, that's a cycle I wish they continued. But they kind of didn't, and it all fell apart. What was it? Skewt Mob was the first one, and that one sucked. Dragon Master Outcast was cool, and yeah, but they didn't really. Just skips over Mind Sculptor. What do you mean? Show me the cycle of it. Huh. Was there a cycle of... Was Jace part of a cycle? Like a full cycle of Planeswalkers? Or did he just show up here? I think he just fucking showed up. Which is just as well, because if he was part of a cycle, hoo boy, he would win, right? Yeah, now there's a new Jace every 3 months. But yeah, this guy... When this guy came out, it was like the moment people were saying... Magic has jumped the shark. You've gone too far. Planeswalkers were a mistake. You know, on and on and on. Zendikar. Zendikar was a hugely successful set. Massively successful set. Those hidden treasure things. Landfall coming in. Great set. Yep, and now he's unplayably bad in every format because of power creep. The Ascensions. Pyromancer's Ascension, good, but not that good. Beastmaster is an auto win with tokens. Bloodchief Ascension is like an underrated win condition, actually, in mill decks. Who gets the nod here? I mean, Beastmaster Ascension is going to be played more if we look at the stats, just because there's more token decks. And Bloodchief is a great win con in mill strats and CDH and stuff. Maybe a tie. I'll call it a tie. Really, this was a cycle, huh? Conquerors. Oh yeah, the big kicker cycle. So a card that's good, but then you pay a massive kicker, and then you get a humongous effect off of it. And Rider Replication shits on all this stuff. Strong W here. It is kind of a boomer commander card, but I think people do still sometimes use it. Rider Replication, blue dub. And then the tiny kicker ones. I really like Into the Royal. Vines of Vastwood was really good and still is. Good in Infect. Good in Dr. John Colonel Fuck Beast guy, the green-white dude. Anyway, calling it a tie. Into the Royal, Vines of Vastwood. Step links. Vines wins. I think Vines does win. To be TBH. But I don't know that it's impactful enough in Commander. Maybe it is. Do you think it is? Oh, and finally, we completed the cycle of fetch lands. This is why Zendikar was so good. Fetch lands being the best lands ever printed. Better than beta. It's actually not close. In the land tier list, right underneath Tolarian Academy and stuff is in S tier is all the fetch lands, and then an entire tier below them are the alpha beta ones. And they reprinted them so many times that you can get them like reasonably cheap, I guess, which is also good. Kazandu Blademaster, look at that Final Fantasy ass art. Anyway, nothing else much happening here. I say, however, we got to talk about this line here. First of all, Valakut. It's just Valakut, right? In all ways, in all types of magic. Way more constructed than Commander, to be fair. But Valakut's still kind of a big deal, even in Commander. Crypt of Agadim, almost nobody knows about this card, but it's actually very good in Commander. Taps for tons of black mana, which is great. All you have to do is fill up your graveyard, not hard. And Emeria the Sky Ruin is a sleeper hit. This card's so good. You just have to be in a certain type of green-white deck, really, to pull it off. But its effect is really strong. Beginning your upkeep, if you have 7 or more planes, you just reanimate a creature for free from your graveyard every turn for free in a way that no one can really interact with unless they're like wastelanding or something. Emeria Sky Ruin is really good for like very long Battlecruiser Commander games. Crypt is very good for combo and filling up your graveyard, but I think Valakut takes the crown here. Even though I don't see it very much in Commander because you have to really bend over backwards to play it in anything more than green-red. But red's going to collect the W here. We're up to 5. Absolutely huge. Dude, white. What are you doing? Please. Where's Sajiri's Step? I thought that was part of this thing. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. The white land that enters and gives something protection, that thing's great to crop rotate for, but I thought it was part of this cycle, but I guess not. Anyway, that one's kind of nice. Speaking of banned cards, and cards that Boomer Commander players in 2013 wanted to ban, along with Magister Sphinx, and cards with the best reminder text in the game, maybe. Obsidian Fireheart. Put a blaze counter on target land without a blaze counter on it. As long as that land has a blaze counter on it, it has at the beginning of your upkeep, it deals 1 damage to you. Parenthetical, reminder text. The land continues to burn after Obsidian Fireheart has left the battlefield. Dude, the land continues to burn is some of the hardest reminder text ever. That shit was sick. M10, which had, I believe, Baneslayer Angel and stuff in it. We've seen all these because we saw M11, yeah. And Baneslayer wasn't part of a cycle. But it did define an era. What did white end up winning? I can't remember. But it only won 1. I didn't want to write down all of them. Should we have written down all of them? Maybe I should, but it's too late now. Dragon's Maze. Yep, a bunch of multicolor stuff. Oh yeah, Austere Command. And even that's kind of a boomer card that I don't know that is playable anymore, but people do play it. Oh, a bunch of multicolored stuff. Oh, I accidentally clicked on guilds. I want cycles. Yep, a bunch of multicolor stuff. And return to Rav. Oh, okay. Technically, this is a cycle. I guess the cycle is just mythic rares of a color, because that's about all they have to do with each other. Technically, Utvara Hellkite, I guess, but all these are kind of bad, so nah. M13. Ah, yes, the second full spread of Planeswalkers. And this one, once again, is soundly won by green. Draw cards equal to the greatest power among creatures control. This is essentially a sorcery for 5 that draws you 10 cards. That's what he is. You just put him straight into the graveyard. Is he played anymore? I don't know, maybe. Green dub. I think yes, actually. We got these dudes. Damn, hold on. Okay, so Talrand, really good in Spellslinger. The fact that you get the tokens as flying, really good in Spellslinger. Krenko, excellent commander, really good in Goblin decks. Doesn't go infinite, but goes arbitrarily infinite. Hilarious. Awesome. Yiva, enabling flash for your green creatures is really powerful and even sees some CEDH play sometimes. 4/4 for 4 as well. Strong. And Odric, master of actual combat. I would call this guy like unrated, or maybe nobody knows about him, but when he and at least 3 other creatures attack, all your guys are unblockable or perfectly line up to kill all your opponent's guys. Like, he's really good. I don't think he's as good as any of these 3, but this is a fairly balanced. Is it fairly balanced, or does Krenko pull ahead? I mean, Neferox, look, you can't win them all. I think Krenko pulls ahead here. Eva isn't quite used enough, and Talrand is really good meat and potatoes and Spellslinger, sure. But as far as making a big splash, I think we got to give it to Krenko here. Red W. Man, white. And that's Austere Command. Yeesh. All right. Oh, the mythic rare triple color cycle. Sarah Avatar, a reprint. Omniscience is the winner. That's it. It's Omniscience. That's the winner by about 7 billion light years. It's Omniscience. Blue Giga W for Omniscience. You may cast non-land cards from your hand without paying their mana costs. Oh, okay. And Worldfire is the one that used to be banned in Commander. What? Jesus. The absolute meme. And then Sarah Avatar is good for stuff that cares about power and toughness, like fling effects and things, but nah. That's about it. And I put that down here as well for some reason. Yeah, whatever. Next. Avacyn Restored. The Restoration of Avacyn. Ah, the legendary Demons and Angel creature cycle. Mythic rares. Well, we have Avacyn Angel of Hope, which is great. All your permanents are indestructible. That's awesome. There's Bruna, who used to be a big deal, like Voltron commander. There's Grizzlebrand, which is arguably the most powerful creature ever printed. And eventually banned. Well, pretty quickly banned in Commander, but absolutely insane. Grizzle Daddy. Gisela, which is a powerhouse, super strong. Double your damage. Halve your opponent's damage. completely win combat forever, like so strong. And Sigarda, a very efficiently costed powerhouse, don't mess with, hexproof and flying. And your opponents can't cause you to sacrifice permanents. And Grave Pact BTFO. Sigarda's so good. This cycle is really good. All these creatures are exceptional. Sigarda is such a good package. Gisela is a huge winner, right? Bruna was, at least at the time, a strong aura-based Voltron. And Avacyn is a big bomb in big mono decks that want to be indestructible. And Grizzlebrand is like the best creature ever printed, and so it's Grizzlebrand, and so black gets a W. Although it is banned everywhere. But we gave green the W for primetime, so we're giving black the W for Grizzlebrand. With how good these other creatures are, and they are very good, it's not close. It's almost embarrassing how not close it is, in fact. I thought there was a cycle of mythic, like Bonfire, Temporal. Maybe there's not. Okay, so, yeah, Entreat. Hold on, Entreat, Temporal, Bonfire. Is this? Doesn't this website doesn't consider it a cycle because there's no. Oh, there's no mythic. There's no mythic green or black version. That's why it's a partial cycle. Okay. Well, Bonfire was good in Constructed at the time, but Entreat wins here because it had the most longevity and it kind of created the win con for Miracles and Legacy, but nobody plays any of them anymore. So, Primal Surge, hat tip for playing only creatures. Deck. Craterhoof, one of the best win cons in Commander. Not most efficient, maybe, but one of the most go-to win cons for sure. The Hoof. Dude, just hoof them. Oh, the Increasing Cycle. I don't think anyone plays any of this. Increasing Vengeance is, I suppose, the most playable, arguably. Increasing Ambition. Lingering Souls destroys these other ones, that's for fucking sure. Lingering Souls, man. It was a different time, okay? This was a really good card. But it's 2 colors, so it doesn't count. Yeah, Increasing Savagery was played in Block Constructed. Oh yeah, the Mythic Rare cycle, I guess. That counts as a cycle. I thought they were creatures, but not this one. Vorapede, just a bunch of combat abilities plus Undying. Moonveil Dragon, the most boring dragon ever printed, not really. Beguiler's kind of good, but Machias? Strong W. Mr. Infinite. If he didn't go infinite with everything, you would still want to play him in half your black decks. Just because his engine is so good. Big black dub for Machias the Unhallowed. That guy is the shit. And original Innistrad. Lingering Souls carried your ass in Standard. It's 5 mana for 4 1/1s. It's basically a Sarah Angel on 4 bodies. It's so good. All right, Divine Reckoning. Cackling Counterpart. Sever the Bloodline, Devil's Play, and Creeping Renaissance. Devil's Play, saw some Devil's Play, but only in Constructed. Sever the Bloodline, saw some play, but it wasn't that great. Cackling Counterpart, probably, but this card has been so power crept that making token copies of your own guys, there's so many better choices than this now. I don't even know if you run it. I don't think it counts. And Divine Wreck, they've even crept a lot. And the flashback is expensive. Oh yeah, this one. Unburial rights for sure. 2 colors though, so it doesn't count, but unburial rights big. 1 color thing, and then flashback for a different color is the cycle there. You still play Creeping Renaissance? Yeah, a little bit. If you want to pay like an absurdly high amount, like 5 or something, for get a bunch of stuff back from your graveyard, Creeping Renaissance is floating. I think it's in a list of like 4 cards that you might play, I think. And Devil's Play, I don't think red X damage is any good at all, but if you're in Commander, you might as well cast a spell twice instead of just once, right? So for all these, yeah, these 2 might be the most playable still to this day. The other ones got crept too hard. All right, nothing new here. Oh, maybe I should be starting over here so that we can go in chronological order, kind of. I like Mindseeker. Fuck you. Oh. Okay. The mythic rare creature cycle from M14. Archangel of Thune is the winner. This card is still like $60 or something. It's a 3/4 for 5 flying lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. Entire 1/1 counter / life gain decks are built around replicating a fraction of this creature's power. There's also an enchantment that does that. Yeah, Archangel of Thune shits on all this stuff. This is like okay, doubling the number 1/1 counters. Colonial Hydra is sometimes used here and there. Nah, it's Thune. Huge. Dude, Archangel of Tihune. Massive W for white. And this one is not close. Finally, some big dubs for the white crew. Archangel of Thune is so good. Anyway, great work. You did it. Well deserved. Modern Masters. Damn, I remember when Modern Masters came out, I went to Las Vegas for the biggest tournament ever at the time. That shit was sick. Archangel Thune also carried your ass in Standard, yeah. We got a reprint of these, so that doesn't count, but Kokusho wins it a second time. Oh, the split second cycle. Extirpate for sure for constructed, but then they printed surgical and it totally replaced it because it cost 0. Crosand Grip probably in Commander. I don't think anybody plays Crosand Grip anymore. This might be, I think we've power crept some Boomer. I think we power crept some of the Boomer Commander cards like Crosand Grip out of the format. Angel's Grace sees some play too, I guess. The reprint of Tarmogoyf, The Boy. Kiki Jiki is sick. The reprint of Dark Confidant, Vandaline Click. Damn. 100 Masters 1 was sick. Nobody at your locals played it except you. Damn, steamrolling. The kids still ain't clicking. Dude, Click was so good. Click with Caracas, though? Oof. Okay, Theros. And here come the gods. The Gowads. We pick up another clear red W here with Perforos. Soundly trouncing the other original god cycles. Remember, this isn't the god with the infinites, And remember, this isn't the god that flickers. And this isn't the god that makes your creatures cost 1 less. Perforos, big winner. Perforos is a terrifying win condition that is indestructible. It's not even a creature half the time. He just sticks there and slowly kills you. Didn't Thassa win a Pro Tour? For sure. But in Commander, I think she's better in Commander than people give her credit for. That unblockable thing is super nice, plus the scry, and at the most affordable price of 3. But in the long run, particularly Commander, it's the perf. All these cards suck, but they seem good at first, but they all suck. Binding to Thassa is probably the most playable. Bunch of no-name cycles that don't matter. Hey, all right. And then the most overrated land cycle ever, which is the Temples. I'm talking Commander, obviously. Born of the Gowads. Bunch of 2 colors. Although, damn, this is actually kind of close. Like, Xenagos is probably more played, but Karmetra is very strong. The other ones suck. But these two are really good. Fated, nobody plays any of these. The archetypes. I see a lot of people playing archetype of... I see like a sum of all of these, but like Endurance is the most generically strong if you ignore mana cost. 8 is a lot for just that. Death Touch is good, Flying is good, but I don't think any of this stuff is played that much. Maybe Archetype gets the most play. But I don't know how close it is. Like, if I was considering playing Imagination, I would just play Wonder instead, probably. But almost nothing does what he does, except for, like, Asceticism, maybe, and the fact that it's not a creature is a little better. I don't know. I don't think I'm willing to give a W on the table for this one. Ahem. Rare cycle creature dudes. I don't think any of them are important enough. Ooh, okay. Here's a cycle of enchantment creatures that are rare. Spirit of the Lab made big splashes in Constructed and some prison type strategies. Although their Wizards' love of printing card draw that isn't technically card draw, it's like put those cards in your hand, does diminish it. Like Necropotence gets around it and some other stuff. Perplexing Chimera is good for people who are annoying. But Courser Crewfix is probably the winner here, for Commander anyway. It's not necessarily a staple exactly, but it's pretty close. Courser. A GG. A green G. And then some beasts and stuff that suck. Alright, kind of a big deal. Next. Journey into Neox. Yeah, Chimera does see play in CEDH, and my annoyance at it shouldn't really factor in that much. I agree. Oh yeah, the second cycle of 2-color ones, of which, honestly, they're all like not that good. Iroas is decent aggro at the time. Karanos saw some play in constructed and control decks and stuff, and yeah, meh. Anyway, the dictates. Let's talk dictates. These are flash enchantments in the rare slot that help everyone, or just you, depending on which one it is. Dictate of Heliod is not good. Dictate of Krufix helps your opponents, therefore it's terrible. But there are some strategies where it's like, you know, whenever an opponent plays a spell, they draw 7 cards. You're trying to like draw your opponents out. There's like weird group hug, have all the donuts you want, Homer Simpson, you know, that kind of thing. Sort of. So this thing does go in decks like that. It's a strategy. It's a strategy. Dictate of Erebos is the best for sure because it's just Grave Pact at instant speed, and Grave Pact is really good and played all the time. And there's so many Aristocrats decks. Holy. Dictate of the Twin Gods is basically trash. They've printed so many of these that you can find way better ones. And this thing doubles everyone's mana, which is like you're like trying to lose. So I guess Group Hug. Anyway, this one is definitely Dictate of Erebos, but Krufix has some play in a certain type of strange deck. So black W here. Yeah, that's what the card is. Forced Fruition, that kind of thing. Dictate of Krufix and Big Narset. Big Narset, yeah. Got the fonts, no one cares. You got the rare cycle of legendary Greek myths, kind of. Doomwake Giant saw the most splash in constructed for sure. Spawn of Thraxis is a good win con off of Dragonstorm, am I right? And Scourge of the Fleets is good for one-sided board wipes, but I don't think it's you know, I don't think it's impactful enough. And that's Journey into Nyx. Time for a Conspiracy. What are the cycles in Conspiracy? Touch the Crown or something like that is the name of it, I think. Oh yeah, the Plane Cycling, Island Cyclers and stuff. Shoreline Ranger, Twisted A-Bomb. These are reprints, so it doesn't count. That's about it. No real cycles here. Commander 2014. There it is. The Commander Cycles. We got brand new Planeswalkers, never before seen. Nahiri saw a little bit of play in Legacy, I think, and maybe Modern or something, but ooh, you know, this is actually this is close. Temporal Archmage is pretty good. Nixilis saw play back in the day. Freyalise's Destroy Artifact or Enchantment was decent value, but the Ready Scrap Savant collects the strong red W here. And if you just look at the little bottom part of his art, you can see the wheelchair. And so people who think they put him in a wheelchair later, not true, he always had one. Anyway, the Ready, super good mono red commander, super strong. Tools and tubbies from extended style, you know, red recursion engine thing, really good. Outstrips all these other ones for sure. And then we got mythic rare, like creatures you can pay mana to do crap in. Are you telling me there wasn't a full cycle for this? Oh, maybe this one wasn't a rare or something? The lieutenants? Surely there wasn't there a green lieutenant? Wasn't the green lieutenant like Thunderhoof Baloth or something like 2/2 and trample? I thought. Maybe I'm mixing it up. There was an uncommon Rhino. You're thinking of the hand. The hand stroking the rhino's eye, the stupidest art. That thing's actually good, though. If you have your commander, you put a 1/1 counter on all creatures you control for 5. Like, it's actually good in green-white counter decks. Anyway, whatever. It's Tyrant's familiar, but I don't think any of them are really playable anymore, so that's that. And then here, Feldon the Third Path probably takes the win, although Titania is pretty close. Loyal Guardian, that's what it's... I couldn't remember the name. I know that I hate the art so much that I almost don't want to play it, even though it's actually pretty good. Feldon of the Third Path, red dub. Titania, close. These other ones, no. Magic 2015, what do we got here? We got some slivers. We got the Soul of Cycle, which is a terrible cycle. Like, we wanted... People were waiting for 5 new Titans, and they got this absolute garbage. You got to pay 1,000,000 mana for them to do fucking anything. Absolutely disgusting. Dude, 9 years later, and I'm still disappointed by this Soul of Cycle. What a trash cycle. Anyway, moving on. Anyway, Vess is a reprint. This one isn't. It's hard to say that this is a cycle when some of them are reprints. Luckily, they're all bad, so whatever. Yeah, okay. M15, not a good M, at least for Commander. And then Khans of Tarkir. This is going to be another big gold cycle. Yep, just a big gold cycle. Although while we're at it, out of these, it's big Narset and holy. Like, look, you can do some Sidisi, my graveyard is my hand kind of stuff, and you can make a funny little deck out of it. I did. You can play Zergo Helm Smasher and Wrath of God on your own turn, and then Indestructible Swing and get people with commander down. You can play Surek Dragonclaw, Temur, good stuff, just random creatures that want haste, whatever. Sorry, trample. And creatures can't be countered, but it's Narset. Honestly, second place is Sidisi, I think, but Narset. All right, everyone, who wants Decree of Annihilation followed by take 2 extra turns after this one? All right. For the Ascendancies, Jeskai Ascendancy saw the most obnoxious constructed play. Geez, that was a long time to sit through to watch people eventually win with this awful thing. Anyway, it's Temur Ascendancy. Shit's so good. Same mana cost as Fervor, right? Creatures control haste and draw a card whenever it's awesome. Awesome. As far as the charms, the 3-color charm cycle at instant speed. You have Abzan Charm was great. In Constructed, sometimes you grudgingly played Jeskai Charm. Saltai Charm was great. Destroy a monocolored creature, destroy artifact or enchantment, or draw to discard. Like, all those things are great. Exile, creature power 3 or greater is great. Draw 2, lose 2 life is great. Counters is kind of whatever. Anyway, these 2 are the standouts, and the rest not so much. And then the tri-lands that entered the battlefield tapped that people thought about maybe playing for a little while before they eventually replaced them with ones you can fetch for, which fucking blew them out of the water. You love Punching Bear Man, yeah. Ah, yes. Modern Legends, just with actually functional cards and no banding, yeah. And no, like, 6 mana legendary creatures that tap for 1, you know? Anyway, the big dragons. Yeah, this is just all going to be a bunch of colors that are mixed together, for sure, right? Well, no. We got the sieges. We got the siege-as. Yeah, Atarka is peak Timmy. That is true. Anyway, the sieges. Palace Siege is great for black if you want to recur things back to your hand for some reason instead of on the battlefield. A reasonable commander card, although 5 is a touch much for it. Outpost Siege is good for people who like to exile cards from their library that they might not be able to cast and then they never get them again, which I think is god-awful, but red players, I guess, have to deal with it. You get big mana each one of your main phases. I don't know. These are all like, I don't know. They're all like Dece. Maybe Outpost Siege is the most played, perhaps. But anyway, they're like pretty close. Daghadar, Shuyun, and we're not talking tiny leaders. Tasigur is the winner, and then maybe Alesha. But those are multicolors, so we don't care. Yeah, the lounge with the bananas, dude. There it is. Was that Fate Reforged and now we're on the dragon? Yeah. He's still going? Yeah, we got to get through all the cycles of Magic. That's what the stream title is. It's Dragon Lord Dramoka. Can't be countered. Flying lifelink. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. It has Richard Kane Ferguson alternative artwork. Yeah, you can get the same effect for 2, and you should, but none of these other ones are any good either. Of these commands, it's Coligan's command. Oh, baby. Let me talk about Coligan's command and Snapcaster Mage. Ooh. Ooh. Core memories being unveiled. Damn, that shit was hot. All this other stuff sucks. I mean, not really. Used some of Tarka's commands sometimes in Constructed or whatever, but that was the hot shit. Not seeing anything super noteworthy besides. Out of all of these, probably Sunscorch Regent is played the most in Commander, but whatever. All right, Modern Masters 2016 edition. Was this before were they printing real cards in these sets yet? Or were they just all reprints? I think they were still all reprints. Magic Origins. Tiny Leaders Alesha was a banger. Yeah, it was. But I think it wasn't even Tiny Leaders Alesha. I think the cool part was when you got to expand it and you started looking at cards and you're like, oh, wow, Duplicant has a 2 power. We could use that in here. Like the deck building was fun in Alesha, I think. All right, the cycle of creatures that turn into planeswalkers. Nobody uses any of them. Like maybe Nissa, I guess, or Jace is a flip thing. I don't know. Not excited. Big rare stuff that sucks. Yeah, that's it. Not a lot of Magic Origins cycles happening here. What about BFZ? A little battle for Zendikar. These are the landfall rares, cycle of landfall rare creatures. And none of them are noteworthy at all, but Emiria Shepherd is super good. So that's a white W. Finally, a white W, although it's pretty niche. But at this point, I'm just like giving it to Emiria Shepherd. It infinitely searches every plains out of your deck with Sakura Tribe Elder. You play it. I don't know. You play this in white decks, I think. Do you? Anybody? Anybody ever heard of Emiria Shepherd? Does anyone play white in here? It's better than this crap. And we got the retreat cycle, the enchantments with landfall. These are awesome. And by these are awesome, I mean the next cycle are awesome. This one, retreat to Korra Helm, blows the others out of the water. You may tap or untap target creature when a land enters, scry 1. If you have a creature that taps to put a land out, you can go infinite with it. It's super. Retreat to Coral Helm is just the one. It's a strong blue dub. Are we doing that? White score is 3, but really it's 1. Azorius is the best I can do. That's technically white. I didn't mean mono white. I just meant white somehow. Sort by teaser. What? Okay, this must be an old weird thing. Oath of the Gatewatch. Okay, this one doesn't have sort by cycle. But I think I can piece it together. Was there a surge cycle? There was an oath cycle, right? Oath. This is a little off, but there was an oath of... I don't think any of the oaths are that playable. They were at the time. Nissa, Chandra. Maybe it's just all over the place. What about down here? Oh, that's the dual colors. Okay, okay. Ooh, I hope that's what these don't turn into. Nope, okay, it was just that set was super weird. Got it. Commander 2015. Got some 2-color stuff and experience counters. Mizzix is ridiculously annoying. Same with Mirren. Mazarex, this card's super good, or it was back in the day. Oh, the confluences. I forgot. I don't think any of them are playable today. Gun to my head, I guess Mystic Confluence maybe for Boomer Commander. A lot of people played Fiery Confluence because there's nothing better to. Wretched was good. Anyway, these all have choose 3, which is cool. I don't think one's best enough to go for it, though. Honestly, yeah, blue, black, green, I guess, but that's too close to each other. Shadows over Winnistrad. Hey, it's Diagraph Colossus, the zombie giant. He's made out of zombies. Oh, yeah, the vessels turning 2 into 4. Nothing really noteworthy here. I mean, this is where Ulvenwald Hydra comes from. My favorite, one of my favorite creatures. Seasons Past was super sick. Love Seasons Past. Descend Upon the Sinful was like the second Exile All Creatures they ever made after the one from Kamigawa for 6. Anyway, there were some sick cards there, but... Alright, Eldoric Muen. 1 cycle, huh? Nope. All right, they didn't want to do cycles in this one, I guess. Oh, there's Oath of Liliana. Okay, it was apparently Eldritch Moon was a cycleless set, or the website doesn't show it. One of the two. A bunch of reprints. Oh, Visara the Dreadful. That was the lady that I was trying to think of. That was the lady I was trying to think of from what, Onslaught, I think. Isn't this the Gladiator cycle? How come the Gladiator cycle wasn't showing up from Onslaught? It was Jareth, Leon and Titan, Arcanus, Visara, the red dude, 6/1 that taps for 3 damage, and then the green dude that turned your lands into creatures, the pit fight, yeah, the 5 pit fighters. I mean, that would have been Arcanus, so that would have been the blue W if they showed it, or if it was. I think the pit fighters are a decent cycle. Anyway, blue won that one for sure. Can you believe they printed Natural Order and Vampiric Tutor and Balance and Necropotence? Enforceable. Man, what a set. What a set for money. No, they could not really stop printing new Jaces. Everyone kind of wished they would, but they did not. 2 cycles here. Enters become the Monarch cycles. Regal Behemoth is sometimes played. Nothing else is. Is Regal Behemoth important enough, do you think? I mean, it's the clear winner of the you become the Monarch creature cycle because it doubles your mana for only 6. But I don't know if it's played enough. I'm going to leave this one to the audience while I click on the next one. Kaladesh. One of the uglier planes they ever went to. I don't know, just didn't much care for the style of it. Too future stuff. I don't know. There has always been like sci-fi-ish things and future tech-ish in Magic, but for some reason, this was the moment where it was getting a little too digital for me. I don't know. And I hated the masterpieces. We say F-ish car now, don't we? What do you mean? F-ish car? I don't know that. I don't think I'm familiar with that. Is that a set or a plane? Fatcaster Mage Enjoyer? Oh yeah, the Gearhawks. So yet again, they're trying to recreate the Titans here. And this time they succeeded a lot better than Soul of. The Soul of cycle was trash. These Gearhawks are pretty decent. Cataclysmic is not great, but I could see use cases for it in Commander. Torrential Gearhawk made the biggest splash in Constructed because it was a 5/6 flash that let you cast a counterspell for free. So, yes, I would like to Cryptic Command again. Thank you, right? In Commander, I don't think it shows up that much, though. Noxious Gearhawk probably gets played the most. Like, it's a fine enters, destroy. It's technically an artifact. You gain some life with it. It's like maybe the most useful one. Red plays this one a lot, although it's sad that it has to. And Virtuous is awful. I think this one's like a 2.5 way tie. Like combustible gets played a decent amount, noxious gets played a decent amount, and sometimes torrential. Almost never cataclysmic, but there are cases for it. And virtuous is bad, so I don't think there's a clear winner here. Kaladesh was retconned. It's not named Kaladesh. Well, you don't mean like it... So, not in the story it had its name changed. You mean they, like, the company retconned it. Why? Kaladesh as a plane was renamed in Aether Drift. Oh. I don't know. I thought Kaladesh had a nice ring to it. Reminded me of like a Middle Eastern bazaar, you know, name. Although it had some Indian stuff in it. It's a slur. What? It's a Kaladesh. It's a slur. What do you mean? Am I Googling this right now? Hold up. All right. All right. I'm checking the tapes. Hold up. Kaladesh rename. The Indian-inspired steampunk world formerly known as Kaladesh will now be known as Avishkar, in a change that solves a problem that was hung over the setting since 2016. Okay, well, I played Magic in 2016. I have never heard of that problem in my life, but, you know, it doesn't mean the problem didn't exist. I'm just saying I followed Magic unbelievably close. Okay. The in-universe reasons behind the change were explained later. Yeah, but what was the problem with Kaladesh specifically? Tell me. Okay, there are real-world reasons behind this change too, says this article, okay? While the Kala in Kaladesh was intended to refer to the Sanskrit word for time and art, okay. I keep extending the check the tapes thing, all right, because we're still checking the tapes. Playing up the plane's identity as a city of tomorrow. Yeah, I got that. It unfortunately is more commonly used to mean dark or black. So? And has racist and colorist so that kind of dark or black. This isn't like, ooh, night or shadow. This is that kind of connotation when applied to a person. Well, it's not being applied to a person. It's being applied to a plane. You know? But okay. It's like changing the name of every Spanish word referencing black because in English, I don't know. Okay. We didn't want the connotation to hang over this plane, even though it has hanged over that plane for 8 years. And so we changed it way, way later. Okay. Okay, so in 2016, they came up with the Indian-inspired setting and accidentally called it the land of N-words in Sanskrit. Okay. And then they just didn't do anything about it forever, and then way later they changed it. Hey, all right. Okay. Poof. All right, we're back. We're back from checking the tapes land. That was an interesting journey I just went on. Whoever said that in chat, good work. That was entertaining. Unfortunately, the term Kala can also be associated with the meaning black and often carries derogatory colorist. Yeah. I just read the website. Yeah, it was only half of the word, and it was a made up word anyway. I don't know. Like, you were just shitposting that it was a slur. You didn't actually know that it was. Well, yeah. Sometimes there it is. Haven't helped them if they base a setting on Nigeria, yeah, or any Spanish-speaking culture that references the color black, right? But hey, all right. Apparently, in the lore, there are people who keep forgetting the name changed, and people correct them. That's funny, because that's how it is in real life, as we just saw. This just happened. This exchange. I will probably never be able to change it because when I get a word in my head for something, I'm never able to properly switch. Like, I still call shit mortal wounds by accident in Age of Sigmar, even though it's mortal damage, because it's just so, like, unconscious. Yeah, just call it the K word plain. All right. And then Chorkley coming in here trying to talk about actual magic. I use Torrential Gearhawk to combo with Hullbreaker and Displacer Kit in Commander. Although it's not super good. You've also wanted to use it in bad Pioneer decks. I like Torrential Gearhawk. I have fond memories of casting Torrential Gearhawk and flashing back Cryptic Command for free. And that shit was sick. But it's still a tie. It's still racist to me, damn it. Yeah, okay. I can't believe WotC dropping the hard Ks. You thought they had cultural teams working on these sets nowadays? Well, they did, yeah. In 2016, they gave a whole speech about how they had an entire cultural team and they brought Indians in and all this other stuff. I remember them talking about. Now I can't say it. I remember them talking about K-Dash when they were talking about the design of it in 2016. And so that all happened and everyone missed it. India is a big place. They got 1 billion people there. Those experts were racist against their own race. Yeah, true. K-Dash, the King of Fighters guy? Yeah. It's possible that somebody in that team was like, oh, well, it could be this, but it's a made-up fantasy word and it's only half of it and who gives a shit? And then 10 years later, people are like, oh, fuck. This is huge. And it's like, it's a fantasy made up plain. It's only half of the word. It's only one of the definitions. It's whatever. I guarantee that's how most of this stuff starts. Or they just missed it. Or they didn't know. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, we were in the K-Dash on to Aether Revolt. India's a big place. It is a big place. A lot of people in India. Aether Revolt. We got the legendary creature that are inexpensive cycle of whenever you do something else. SRAM is really good and might get the W here. Baral is good in dual commander for a while. Henny is kind of a sack outlet. Kari Zev makes a monkey. Who cares? Rishkar is often used in 1-1 counter decks. Yeah, counter spells you cast cost less, and whenever you counter something, draw a discard. Day 1 ban in Brawl. Yeah, if it was like French or 1v1 brawl, sure, but I think SRAM just takes it. Drawing a card when you are in an aura deck or an equipment deck or even a vehicle deck, 2 mana, splashable. What a draw engine. I might give white its second W here. Brawl's really good, but only in a very, very specific thing. Almost in a specific format. And SRAM is just, hey, are you doing any one of these things? Draw a million cards. I'm not taking pity on white. I just think SRAM is really good. 4, but really 2. We're starting to see, okay? They're starting to care about white by the time we get to Aether Revolt. Typical the set after Kaladesh, they start giving white creatures bonuses, am I right? And we have the expertises, of which Rishkar's dominates everybody else and is even used. Yep, that's a green W for the cycle of rares that do something good and then let you cast a card that's cheaper for free from your hand, which is awesome. Awesome potential for a set. If only any of them did anything good besides the green one. And to a very lesser degree, maybe the Brawl's like the second best. So green W, just racking them up. Artificer cycle that cares about energy. I sleep. Next. Commander 2016. Oh yeah, the 4 colors. The 4 colors come in here. And one of them is clearly better than the rest of them. Okay? And that one is Yidris, for sure. But the most generically good one, if you're boring, that could go into almost any type of deck and have it be okay, is Atraxa. And so I think Atraxa is the most popular commander in the game, I think. Unless that's changed. Although shoutouts to my boys, Kyanos and Tiro, because they make a great group hug commander. Awesome group hug commander. Breya is cool because she goes infinite with everything, and Saskia fucking sucks. But it's non-blue, what do you expect? Breya is 100% better than the others. Are you wrong? No, you're right. I was just getting there in a roundabout way. Yidris is the most fun. Atrax is the most generically boring. Kai and T are great for group hug. Breya goes infinite with everything, and so is the best. And Saskia fucking sucks. Also, it's pretty racist of Wizards to make the trans character one the worst. But then again, they made Alesha, and she's really good. So we'll call it even. And they made Alesha before Saskia, by a lot. I think Alesha was the first trans character in Wizards lore. I'm not sure, but I think it was, maybe. That got printed on a card anyway. And then we got the 2-color guys, of which Thrasios probably wins, although Timna is good and Krama is good. And to a lesser degree, Ravos is kind of fun, and Bruce Tarl opens up new colors to other stuff. Saskia trans, yeah, I thought so. I'm like 80% sure on Saskia, but I'm 100% on Alesha. Who is better and more fun? All right, where was I? Commander 17? No. Commander 16. Modern Masters, these are all reprints, right? My boy, Snappy. Linvala, super good. Liliana the Veil, super good. Not in Commander, but really good in 1v1. All right, moving into Amon Cat. Oof. As Foretold, my boy. Dude, I love As Foretold. All right, and then we got the new gods. Different than the Theros gods, these ones are much worse and less cool, sadly. Of all of these, the best one is probably... I just think they're all bad in Commander. I just think none of these are any good. And then they got the cycling thing, of which Shafet Monitor maybe is the only thing. Yeah, they all suck. Nope, okay. Amonkhet, not great for cycles. What about Hour of Devastation? What about their monuments? Oh, hold on. I'll go back. I skipped it because I saw colorless, but actually it might be connected to colors, right? So the monuments. Oketra's is bad. And Kefnet's is bad. And Bantu's can go infinite and win you the game. And Hazaret is bad. And Rona's is bad. All right, yeah, Bantu's is the only good one. I don't know if it's good enough to count as a black win. But I think it's the only one that I would really want. Like, I don't care at all if a creature gets big. Rona's the good one? Interesting. I don't see them too much, really, of any sort, I guess. These are the choose a creature type ones. Kindred Discovery. Blast. Dude, Kindred Discovery is so good. Choose a creature type whenever a creature you control enters, draw a card, or attacks. Jesus. Actually, wait, this one is Kindred what? Kindred Dominance or something? It destroy all creatures that aren't of that type. I'm looking at it in, I don't know, Italian or something. It's a really good asymmetric Wrath in a tribal deck. And asymmetric Wraths are really sought after. I still think Kindred Discovery is better. Yeah, blue wins, but black is clearly the second best. Blue's going to collect a dub here. I don't know what the white one does because it's in Japanese here. But I'm not familiar with it, and I probably would be if it was better than Kindred Discovery. And then we got the curses, of which they're all bad, and the red one is kind of the best, I guess, but I still don't think it's a good card. The white one gives you indestructible counters for mana. Okay. All right. It's like a reasonable effect. Indestructible counters are kind of nice. And now Commander 17. Wait, that was Commander 17. Now, Iconic Masters. These are all reprints. Dude, Channel. Hell yeah. Thunderbolt Hellkite, Mana Drain. Good set. Good set. All right, Ixalan. Only one, apparently, which is a legendary enchantment cycle that harkens back, I think, the older cards, because this one is Gaia's Cradle, right? It flips into Gaia's Cradle, I think. If it's the one I'm thinking of. Legion's Landing got played a little bit in Constructed. Search for Azcanta got played a lot in Constructed. Vance's Blasting Cannons did not. In Commander, probably Growing Rights, but Search is maybe second. I don't know that any of them are like that good. If somebody wants to fight for it, okay. But yeah, I think it's Growing Rights maybe. But Search is pretty good too. They might be tied. You're just going to hit so much less once you flip it in a commander deck versus a constructed one. All right, Rivals of Ixalan, the Elder Dinosaur cycle. Yeah, Legion's Landing was part of the infamous Settle the Wreckage bluff, the big one. Zetalpa, Primal Dawn, the card that's been reprinted 47 times despite being terrible. I'm mad. Nezahal. Actually just a great creature. Played in a lot of blue decks. Can't be countered, no max hand size. You draw cards whenever your opponent casts non-creature spells. You can return it to your hand if you want. Nezahal is just, it's everything. Just a generically amazing big thing. Tetsumak is a cool idea, but it isn't. It's probably a slightly different sentence away from being good, but it's not. Italy is like okay. If you have haste, if you don't, then it's awful. One of the most overrated creatures ever. And then Galta. I mean, it doesn't even have like trample or anything. It's not even a 13/7 for 6. Like, what are we doing here? And then Galta's a 12/12 trample for 2 in a Timmy deck. This is a closer cycle, right? Italy, you know, people like Italy, and Galta is funny. You paid 2 for a 12/12, but I think Nezahal takes this one to the bank. Second place Galta, third place Italy. Maybe second place Italy, whatever, but blue takes the W here for sure. Has HeyWoah ever said what his favorite MTG format is? Would he if I said pretty please? Yeah, actually I would, but I would prefer you not say pretty please. My favorite format was Legacy, for sure. Now I'm retired and I only play Commander, and so I like Commander. So that's probably that. Favorite format was Legacy, but now I don't go to tournaments, and so I play Commander, and so I like Commander. Oh yeah, Unstable only had these, which are worse than the John Avon ones. Fucking joke sets, I tell you what. We had reprints for Masters 25. Just a bunch of reprints. And then Core 19. What if I click the button again? No? Okay. Well, we do have some sort of cycle here, even though it's not organized by cycle. I don't think any of these are meaningfully good. Vivian is maybe the best. A mare cycle of stuff no one plays. Nexus of Faith. Okay. Yeah, just a bunch of reprints. Okay. Battle Bond. This is a bunch of cycles too, or this is a bunch of reprints too, right? Yeah. All right, finally we get a real set here. Dominaria. We're going back. We're going back to our roots. Dominaria. But first, I'm going back to the fridge to get a drink so I can stay hydrated. Hey, be right back. Please enjoy. I'll be right back. Yo. Okay, I thought about it, and you know what? Growing rights being a second cradle is a big deal. And you might not have the first, because it's like $1,000. So, green W. You might not have the first one. What are you going to play? Druid of the... What is it? Druid of the Cradle? I suppose you could. Anyway, Dominaria. Urza's Ruinous Blast. So these are the legendary sorcery cycles, which I don't like because they require your commander to be out to even try to cast them. I do like the ones for free that they made, but I don't like the ones that cost mana and don't protect your commander. Yeah, Circle of Dreams Druid, that's the one. No Cradle? Okay, brokies. Yeah, yeah. Urza's Ruinous Blast is played in Legend Tribal for sure. Costs 5, which is a good mana cost. Taking an extra turn after this one is pretty good. Vile Offering is kind of value, I suppose. Druidic Vow is less good. Jai's Immolating Inferno is awful, but it's sadly one of the better win cons for Nahab because so many X spells are terrible in this game. I don't know. I don't know that I want to give it to anybody here. You got the cycle of triple color. Triple color dudes. Goblin Chain Whirler was a monster in Type 2, that's for sure. Actually, same with Tempest Gin. I won a lot of games with Tempest Gin. A lot of tempo. Banish Marshall, but none of these guys are really commander focused. You know, pure mono white, maybe you might play Marshall in a Knights deck, I think. But hey, whatever, and then all these lands suck. Dominaria, not a lot of cycles. Although Lyra Dawnbringer, ooh, nice angel creature. Good creature for angel tribal. Ultimate Masters had a bunch of reprints. Guilds of Ravnica. Probably a lot of multicolor stuff. Yep. A lot of multicolor stuff. Ravnica Legions, a lot of multicolor stuff. Even the cycles. Cool looking lands, though. War of the Spork. All right, we're getting some cycles back in this. Well, monocolor cycles. New Planeswalkers. Everybody loves these, right? The 17th Jace. I love it. So, Jace is kind of a win con for drawing your whole library. But Labman is better and requires less blue pips. And it's Liliana, Dreadhorde General. The most generic value, black value that you could value. Simply goes in like everything. Super powerful, draw a bunch of cards, have people sack stuff. The win con actually just wins against all of your opponents instead of just one like the other Liliana. Nissa is very good in a deck that has essentially only forests. So that's rare, but she is very good and fits in there pretty well. She was better in Constructed for sure than Commander, but she does get the nod. Chandra's just terrible. Man, the red one, always. Even Gideon did stuff in Constructed as well, but this, in Commander, this is a black dub. Next. Modern Horizons. Oh, the Force of cycle. These are these are aggressive counters and not protective stuff. We got Force of Negation. Really good. Not good defensively. You're not going to defensively protect your own stuff, but it's good offensively. Kind of a staple of CEDH, right? Just really good. Destroy all creatures that enter the battlefield this turn is an underrated effect in Commander. Force of Rage, no one has read this, not even red players. Force of Vigor is also a staple, and also a staple in CEDH for sure. Being able to, for free, destroy 2 artifacts or enchantments is massive. It's 2 cards for 2. This might be a tie between Negation and Vigor. Negation, I think, really wants a very controlling kind of deck to play it in, and not one that's trying to protect its own stuff. Force of Vigor kind of goes in everything. Am I being silly by not just saying Force of Negation? What do you think? I think it's kind of close. Are we reminiscing back to when Magic wasn't IP slop? Yeah, it's my normal state of being, yeah. I'm very sad about that, but there's nothing I can do about it. Besides bitch about it all the time, and so I will. Okay, Force of Vigor, you are really good, but I got to give it to Negation. Sorry. Blue takes another W here, tying it between blue and green for the winner of the cycles. It is a little bit close, I think. It was almost a tie for me. And you got these slivers and then some talismans. Oh, and they completed the cycle of Horizon Canopy, finally, after 10 years. Hey, they printed Urza. Love that guy. That guy's fun. I like him. Yawgmoth ran Physician. That guy's great. This guy was terrifying and constructed, but he's still very playable in Commander, I would say. Next. 2020. Once again, trying to get the Titan cycle back and working. They never really did they never really hit it like that original one, But now we got the Cavaliers, the Elemental Knights in Mythic. They're all triple color, which makes them hard to play. And they all do something when they enter, and they all do something when they die, which is kind of like doing something when they enter or attack. Cavalier of Dawn is actually really good. It Beast Withins when it enters, which is excellent. It's any permanent, non-land permanent, which is super good. You get to return an artifact or enchantment when it dies. So Cavalier of Dawn is super good. This one brainstorms and then scries. I don't know that I've ever seen anyone play it. Nobody's playing any of these other ones. I don't think many people play Cavalier of Dawn either. This one, so Cavalier of Thorns gives you a land and then spills the rest into your graveyard if you're in some kind of a green-black thing. And when it dies, you can exile it and essentially regrowth something, except on top of your library instead, which is not something I want. I would rather have it back in hand. But if you're in a mill yourself deck for value, maybe you want it on the top. I don't like exiling it because I want to reuse everything if I'm in that kind of deck. Having reach is kind of nice. You're probably going to have sack outlets. I don't know. If you're trying to put 4 cards in your graveyard, you might as well have a 5/6 reach, I suppose, right? I bet Cavalier of Thorns is the most played out of all these. If I was a gambling man, But I think it's a tie between Thorns and Dawn. And I think Dawn is considerably better, but maybe that's just my opinion. So unfortunately, White has a W stolen because it's probably a tie. And in the legendary creature cycle of rares, we have Some Fucking Shit and then Villas. Black W. Holy. Flying 8/8 for 8. Black, pay 2 life, target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Whenever you lose life, draw them any cards. So for 1 black, you draw 2 cards. Okay. This is almost worth 2, but we're just gonna do 1. Jesus. Villas. Unbelievably strong. You love to see it. Oh yeah, I guess there are these guys and they all suck. That's about it. Broken of Blood, yeah. And cool. I like the art too. Good art. Nice art. Who did that? Tyler Taco Bow or something. I can't read it. It's too small. Anyway, good work. Oh, yeah. Hey, good point. This is a reprint, though. Otherwise, yeah. Veil of Summer is a reprint for this cycle. But yeah, I bet almost no one knows that Veil of Summer was even part of a cycle. Such was its dominance in there. Was it part of a cycle originally, or... Wait, Veil of Summer... Maybe it's not a reprint. Was M20 the first one? Dude, it might have been. It is. Okay. Yeah. Fry. Devout Decree. All right. Veil of Summer. Embarrassing. I was thinking Autumn's Veil. I was. All right. Yep. Big dub. And then looking at these, we got Yuruk. Great. Omnath, Locus of the Royal. Great. Kai Kar. Kind of cool. Kethis, and Kalia, Zenith Seeker. Ugh. It's so sad. I like Kalia, but I like Kalia. I like the mana cost. I like Flying Vigilance 3/3, and then this whole paragraph is just butt. It's butt. Very sad. Throne of Eldraine. We get adventures now. We're moving into adventures. And so we got the legendary cycle of Brazen Borrower, who probably wins here. Ooh, Questing Beast. Hold on. Brazen Borrower is probably better in Constructed than it is in Commander. But I really like this card. Questing Beast, honestly, maybe same thing. Questing Beast is funny in a fog deck because you can fog during combat and you always win because combat damage isn't prevented. And everyone always forgets all of the things Questing Beast does. But in Commander, I don't see people using Questing Beast like that much in Commander, right? What I like about Questing Beast is you can put it in a random green deck and then you can still kill Teferi's protection players. Because damage can't be prevented anymore. And so you just kill them. And I hate Teferi's protection. Because it's too easy, it does everything, right? It protects you against like virtually everything you could possibly ever want. It's even phase out, so it gets around exiles and stuff. I think Questing Beast is going to win this one. If it was constructed, who knows? But yeah, I think we're getting a green here. Anything that kills fucking cowardly Teferi's protection cowards, you know? Just kill them. And now we got the legendary artifact that costs a lot, but it costs less per thing you have. We have Circle of Loyalty, which sucks, and Magic Mirror, which sucks, and Cauldron of Eternity, which sounds good until you read the whole thing, and then you're like, no, actually it sucks. And then we have Embercleave, which was a big deal in Constructed. Huge, like Embercleave, people were getting they asses Embercleaved left, right, and center. But in Commander, it's the Great Hengi, and it ain't close. 2 mana, gain life, draw a card, 1/1 counters. It does fucking everything. It's the Hengi, green W, and a strong W at that. And then we got the triple of a color cycle of legendary creatures. Of which, out of all these, HeyWoah, probably. Mrs. Aristocrats, draw a card thing. Maybe Torbran. But, I don't know, not strong enough. Maybe a tie. I bet there's more Torbrans than HeyWoahs. But, hey, at least Linden sucks and at least Yorvo sucks, right? And then we got legendary uncommons, of which Sir Conrad is the only thing played out of any of these. I don't know if he made a big enough splash. Is Sir Conrad, as a commander or just randomly thrown into a deck, does that thing like happen enough for this cycle to matter? I mean, it's him. It's certainly not any of these other ones. And then there's multicolor stuff. It's a win con. Do you think it counts? Sir Conrad? Pretty popular? All right. I'll give the black W. I know he is played. Oh yeah, these. They enter untapped as long as you control a land of that color. Or type, I should say. And the white one makes a 1/1 white human creature token, which sucks. And the blue one scries 2, which is okay. And it's kind of free as an inclusion. And then there's the draw a card and then lose a million life one, which sucks. And then there's the creatures you get 1/0, which sucks. And then there's, long story short, if you're casting a creature, Castle Garen Brig taps for 2, kinda. Because it turns 5 into 6, which is okay. Like, these are all just okay. Castle Garen Big. I think like Vantress probably. Vantress and Garen Big are tied. I think easier auto-include than Castle. I don't think it's enough to matter. And then we got these, which Mystic Sanctuary soundly robs the other 4 of anything. In Commander, I don't see Mystic Sanctuary that often. This is much more of a constructed card. But it does blast all the other ones, so that's a blue dub. It's a blue dub. With new Ob and the Duskmourn Commander, Torban wins by a mile, you think? You don't think it's a tie? You think Torbran huge victory? I could listen to that argument. I said it was a tie, so I didn't give any points out. I bet Torbran's more played. I'm losing track of where I used to be. Throne of Eldraine. Okay. Theros Beyond Death. Oh, this is when we get sagas. another mistake. I'm just kidding. Sagas are fine. All right. Theros Beyond Death, the second string. The second string of Gawads. First we get Helion, the infinite combo crowned. So this guy infinites with any of the walking ballista type, what's that creature from Antiquities, Triskelion, that kind of stuff. So yeah, he's great because he's part of a 2-card infinite combo. Then there's Thassa Deep Dwelling, which is the best flicker card in the game if you want recursive clicker. Or I mean, if you want repeating flickers, because it costs the same. It's the cheapest one tied. It's indestructible. It's not a creature. It always works, and you can tap target creatures. It's so good. Thassa is so good. And then Erebos sucks, and Perforos sucks, and Nylea is a good source of your creatures cost 1 less to cast, and you can churn through your library to find stuff. Also fill up your graveyard. It is a touch pricey, but it's still pretty good. I don't know, I wonder about this. Heliod is the most powerful in a sense, because he's part of a 2-card infinite, and he's the cheapest. Thassa is a monster of power. And then Nylea is alright / good. And then the other two are bad. Is this a tie, or are we just giving it to white? This is actually kind of fighting. This is like 2 different types of commander fighting against each other. It's like, what do you like? You know? Yeah, Perforos is doing the it's all Jeb pose, which is funny to me. Thassa is the best if you're a battle cruiser value player who likes mid-range or longer games. And Heliod is the best if you want to fucking win, right? Yeah, you know what? Heliod, Sun Crowned. Let's give white its fucking 5th win. But really 3. Maybe Thassa's getting into my pet card stuff a little too much. But I like Thassa a lot. She's really strong. Then we got the Intervention Cycle, which is X spells with choose one of 2 different things. And typically they double with the second one. Like they're all double things. So Heliod's Intervention is kind of it's like almost a staple in white decks. Destroy X target artifacts and or enchantments is awesome. Hit multiple things. It's an instant. Target player gains twice X life, which is less important, but sometimes it can save you. Or if you're in a life gain deck, Heliod's Intervention is a great card. Really good card, despite being an X spell. X spells usually suck, but Heliod's is a good one. Thassa's Intervention is good too. Counter target spell unless opponent pays twice X. That's potentially alright. Not a good rate for sure. But you can look at the top X cards of your library and put 2 of them in your hand, which is really good for digging for 2-card combos. So Thassa's Intervention is essentially you find a good place to tap out and then find your 2-card win con with. And in a pinch, you can sometimes counter a spell. So it's still pretty good as well. These are both very good. And then Erebos' Intervention kills a creature if you have 1,000,000 mana, and then you gain life, or you can exile cards from graveyards. It's like okay, kinda. And then Perforos' Intervention is awful. And then Nylea's Intervention lets you tutor up all of your land combos and put them in your hand. And sometimes you can kill flyers with it. It's okay. In a deck that wants to play extra lands per turn, Nylea's Intervention is pretty strong. I'm considering this one a... This is a three-way tie. Heliod's is great. Thassa's is great. Nylea's is good. Erebos's is maybe kind of okay. And Perforos is bad. So, and now we got the legendary enchantment creatures that care about devotion, and they're bad. Next. We got our first sagas. I don't think anybody plays any of these anymore, but Elspeth Conquers Death is pretty good. I fondly recall it from Constructed. Exiling a permanent is good. Non-creature spells your opponents cast on your turn is good for the next one. And reanimating something from your graveyard is pretty good. But 5 sorcery speed. I feel like unless you're a saga deck, you're not playing it. Cure is big funny, but it's also big expensive. And so, yeah, I don't think anyone's doing that. Elspeth Nightmare is better than people give it credit for, but meh, I don't know. I don't think these are like played enough or good enough. Besides a saga deck that just puts every remotely playable saga in just to have sagas. The Omens, nobody plays them, but Omen of the Sea is the best one. Oh, interesting. The enchantment creature Nymph cycle. All Seed of Life's Bounty is good for being like a Mother of Runes effect, although it's only once. It's only one time. I would prefer Mother of Runes mostly, but this is for like a recursion kind of deck that's going to play stuff over and over, so it's all right. The others are not noteworthy, and then there's Dryad of the Elysian Grove. Any Valakut enjoyers in chat? This one is the Dryad. Naked Man in Tree, and it's basically not close at all. Green W. And then there's Creatures with No Abilities. And Human Soldiers that no one cares about. Hey, all right. Valakut, that's right. So that was Theros Beyond Death. Now we get into Ikiora, Land of Bigs, right? This is when they did the Godzilla tie-in cards that were dumb, and I didn't like it because it was some other IP. And, you know, back then when they first introduced those things, all the players hated them, but the players who liked that thing bought them, and so that was the end. It doesn't matter that everyone hates them, as long as the single audience that likes that IP buys it, it means it was going to happen forever, and there was nothing anyone could do about it, so sad. I hate Mutate so much. I hate this mechanic, but hey, all right, it's going to be a bunch of multicolor things. As far as these people here, you know, Winota is really strong, probably the best red-white, like strength-wise. But Kinnan is ridiculous, and so Kinnan wins this one. We got the new ultimatums here. Genesis is good. Ruinous is really like the destroy all non-land permanents your opponents control is so much better than the Jund one, which is destroy 3 target permanents. Jesus. The power creep. Eerie Ultimatum is great. Return everything from your graveyard. Emergent Ultimatum is great. Show your opponent 3 cards. They let you keep 2 of them, and you infinite with those 2. Even Inspired is decent. Like these are all like great. The best one's probably Emergent. Oh yeah, we got these. Whirlwind of Thoughts, cool. Song of Creation is cool. Even Titan's Nest is kind of neat in a... what's that old card you can exile card? I don't know, Mike Long won with it. I can't remember what it was called. Prosperous Bloom or something like that. Yeah, Winota brought power to Boros to the point that people actually feared her. Yeah, that's correct. That's how strong Winota is. And yet Kinnan is stupid. Kinnan is stupid. Simic, am I right? Jesus. Companion was an excellently designed mechanic that was well play tested and balanced. Good meme. Yeah. Companion was a mistake. And yet here it is. Hey, Lutery, it's banned and everything. Lures is pretty good. Zur is pretty good. Yeah, all these are, yep. Great work there. People like Commander. What if we made constructed like Commander? Well, be careful what you wish for, I guess. They took a mechanic that used to be 100% free and made it cost 3, and it's still, one of the cards is still banned. Okay. Oh yeah, it's not to the level of Arcane Signet, right? Because that's always good for a laugh. Arcane Signet was a mistake. Look at this chart. People are playing it in most decks. Yeah. And it's a mono rock for 2. Who gives a shit? Anyway, we got the flip lands that you pay 3 life to make them untapped on the other side. They're mythics. They have good spells on the front of them. These are all great-ish, depending on the format. But Seagate Restoration stands proud and tall, head and shoulders above the rest. It's a blue W. Interesting that the inscription cycle wasn't complete. There's no white or red one. Now, usually there isn't anyway. Am I right, gamers? There usually isn't a white or red one anyway, but they didn't even print one. Interesting. I thought they did. Anyway, now we got these guys, the rare cycle of lands. These do enter tapped, unlike the mythics that don't, if you pay 3 life. Onto Inversion is seen. I've seen it play. It sees play. Glasspool Mimic sees a lot of play. But it's Valakut Awakening that is the clear best one for sure among all these. And so red collects another rare W, up to 11, but really 10. Man, the fact that you can choose all of them, you don't discard them, you put them on the bottom of your library, and you draw that many cards +1, so you're even. Super. Also an instant, it could have been a sorcery. So good. And then we got the little guys, which none of them were worth playing. And then we got these, which are part of a cycle that isn't complete, that are also bad. When you played professionally, what colors did you play the most? Did you have a preference? My preference was to win, no matter what. And so I would either play the best deck, or the deck that beat the best deck, or the deck that beat the deck that beat the best deck, or so on and so forth, right? Like, I like combo, I like control, I like tempo. Not like a huge aggro player, but I played a lot of I played a lot of like Zoo. I played a lot of I played some Burn. I played a bunch of Red in new formats before anybody knew what was good yet. Yeah, I kind of played all that stuff. I played Counterbalance Top, Miracles, 43 Lands one time. I played Cloud Post a few times even. Mono Red Burn sometimes, Naya Zoo. Yeah, in Modern I would play Splinter Twin, but I also played Tron. And yeah, I just kind of like I would play whatever. I have like pet cards and interactions and stuff like that, but I usually didn't let my I like playing this get in the way of playing the best thing. Unsanctioned, ugh, gross crap. All right, Jumpstart. There were new cards in Jumpstart, right? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. And then Dopal Masters, all reprints. Corset 21. Yeah, sorry for the unsatisfying answer, Fossil Painting. I think if left to my own devices, my preference would probably be either the type of deck that was playing in a format differently than everyone else was playing. I liked that idea. Like, okay, this format is playing these kind of decks in this kind of way, and I'm playing in a different lane. I liked doing that. So whatever type of deck that was, like Tron in Modern very early on was one of those things, or everyone's trying to do this, and then you just play hyper aggro, and everyone's like dirtling around trying to one up each other with counter interactions and setting something up, and you just fucking kill them. Like you're trying to assemble a castle. Well, what if I just reduce your life to 0 immediately? Like really consistently. I mostly didn't like playing things that were random or inconsistent, but that's like every competitive player, so. Most often, to be honest, that caused me to either be playing combo or aggro. But every once in a while, I got to play control and I enjoyed it. Control is very fun as well. You were a big aggro player, and then mid-range, when that was bad, yeah. Mid-range is fun, too. Just the grinding them out with superior value cards. Everything's a 2-for-1. Like Ogres operating on a different axis in AOS? Sorta, yeah. They're at least when I picked them up, they were basically the only army that played in the charge phase. They had really good shooting that could pinpoint, remove opponent linchpins that they built a house of cards on top of foolishly without doubling up on their useful parts. So you could kind of take apart people's castles a little bit, and then you played in the charge phase. And so a lot of stuff only worked in the combat phase, or they had really good armor or this and that, but we were working in, well, I just do a bunch of mortals in this phase that's weird. And sometimes you can get them, and so that's kind of probably what I glommed onto for Ogres a little bit. The Muxus. Arabian Nights is better than Ice Age, is better than the Dark, is better than Fallen Empires, is better than the rest. Fallen Empires had Hymn to Turok, right? Or am I thinking of Alliances? I might be mixing these up. Fallen Empires had Hymn to Turok, so it's better. Ice Age sucked, except for Necropotence. The Dark had Maze of Ith and Blood Moon, and Tormod's Crypt, and Uncle Eastvan. So the Dark is higher than Ice Age. And Arabian Nights had mostly trash cards. Nope, Him is Empires? Okay, then we're good. Arabian Nights was good flavor, but mostly completely awful cards. Out of all of those sets you listed, Ice Age is the worst in my opinion. Oh yeah, Preacher. Your opponent chooses a creature you get to take control of. Yeah, yeah. Ice Age gave us Brainstorm. It did, but it never got good art until Mercadian Masks when Tony and Dieter Lizzie tried his hand at it. So we'll call it a moral victory. Nice guy. I met him at Gen Con a few years. Got him to sign some stuff. Yeah, Ice Cauldron, yeah. Anyway, where were we? M21. A new spat of planeswalkers that are all terrible, and then Teferi, who's amazing, and wins this one handily. This guy, even in Commander, he's good. Blue Dub. This fucking dude. Season of the Witch is a cool card. In conclusion, the Dark is great. Yeah, yeah. And Lake of the Dad, even though that card sucks. Oh yeah, this is just colors. I want cycles, please. Please. Oh, it's mislabeled. Okay. It says colors at the top, but the cycles are up there. Legendary, well, and then also a mythic. I don't know if it is sorting this right. Anyway, a legendary creature cycle, one of which is a mythic, the others are rares. From the stories. Of them, Magar, the Diplomat, is probably the best. Jolrin's alright. Carifex suddenly became good when they printed Maha. I don't think any of these are worth talking about. Maybe Mangara. As far as the shrines, you basically just put them all in a shrine deck, right? Kind of who cares. Sanctum is your win con half the time. Bunch of temples. Bunch of lands that enter tapped for some reason. I don't know. What even is this cycle? Rares? Nothing about them is... They don't do anything similar to each other. Is this even a cycle? I liked Kaldheim. I thought the funny extra art was cool for it. Teferi's Ageless Insight and Garruk's Uprising are great, but not really. Yeah, I don't... All the cards are completely different. I don't know. I don't get it. So... we got the flip legendary gods of Kaldheim. I mean, one of these is a 5-color commander that people play. And this is like maybe used sometimes in equipment decks, although I don't think it really should be. And this thing was a thing for a little while before I think maybe a rule changed or something. But it's not green, it's 5-color. So we'll call this thing a wash up here. And then mythics that have foretell, that's the cycle here. And we got take an extra turn and then some other shit. Alrune's Epiphany collects a W. Although, does anyone actually play this thing? I know some red players play Quakebringer because the name is cool and the art is cool, but the card isn't. And Battle Mammoth is funny. But it's not particularly great, it's just funny and it looks cool. I don't know how many people play Arwen's Epiphany, but it shits on the others in the cycle. And it's good. And I fondly recall casting it in Constructed. Yeah, I don't know, maybe not. Oh, the snow cycle of rares. Okay. Search for Glory is great. Search your library for a snow permanent, a legendary, or a saga. And then you gain a life for each snow spent to cast the spell. That doesn't matter at all. At all. Okay, a 3-mana sorcery in white that searches for a snow permanent, a legend, or a saga is actually really good. This goes in every Legends Matter deck ever. Search for Glory is really good. Also note, it's not a legendary creature, it's a legendary card, so you can get legendary lands with it. You can get your guy's Cradle or whatever. Graven Lore is trash. You like Battle Mammoth in a budget green deck to get a Leovold style effect, but it's not amazing. That's exactly how I feel. He's not like great, but he can possibly draw you cards, and he's funny. So like, all right. Blood on the Snow is really good in mono black. Mono black snow covered. If you're playing mono black, the existence of Blood on the Snow is basically worth you playing all snow covered swamps, because this card is so good with it. Destroy all creatures or all planeswalkers. You choose creatures. And then you return a creature or planeswalker card to convert mana cost 6 or less from your graveyard. And so you blow up everybody's creatures and get yours back, which is slightly asymmetrical. But if you're playing like Zhao Dun the One-Eyed, which I am, then you Wrath of God the board, get Zhao Dun back, sacrifice him, and put Blood on the Snow back in your hand. So you can Wrath every turn. It's super good. And the other two are fucking bad. So Search for Glory is very good, and Blood on the Snow is very good, but very specific. Probably a tie. Maybe Search for Glory wins. I'm not sure, but I think it's a tie. And then we have the Pathway cycle. Dual mana lands that do stuff, and then some more snow-covered things, all right? Also, yeah, Cardor is a Chad, for sure. Love him. Cardor is awesome. Out of these, Vega is really good in certain decks. Cardor is just... This dude is sweet. It's a pity they didn't have Goad quite codified by the time they wrote him, which actually is a big shame. I kind of wish he would get oracled to count as Goad just so he would interact with more things. But I love slamming the car door. That guy is great. He's like a Wrath of God, kinda, but it's funnier. Anyway, good work. I'm losing track of where I am. Strixhaven. Oh yeah, this is the Hogwarts set that I hated because I don't like Harry Potter. And so this set fucking sucked. But they were trying to grab their younger audience with it, so. Out of these, Belladra's Witherbloom dominates. That's for sure. All these guys are 2 colors, so they don't count. All these guys are 2 colors, so they don't count. Yeah, a bunch of gold cards, and all right, we got something masteries, and all those are bad. Yeah, that's it. Okay, a big multicolor set, basically. Time Spiral Remastered. This set was great because it gave us old borders for new cards, because the old borders look better. Including banned cards like Primetime. Anyway, you love to see it. I loved to see it. Ooh, Mirror Entity. That guy's great. Midnight Hunt. Another Innistrad. Doesn't Maja go infinite, or am I thinking of the Theros chick? I don't know. I don't know what Maja does, actually. Can't remember. Mythic, when they enter, you can pay a bunch of extra mana to do stuff, which no one wants to do, so those are all bad. Bunch of two-color stuff. I kind of like Sticky Fingers, the SSDs. Catilda is just fun to say. Crimson Vow. Mythic cycle of creatures that I don't know what they have to do with each other. When they enter or attack, exile a card from a graveyard. That's what they have to do with each other. And then they also do something else. But they don't really, because no one plays any of them. Then we have the Cleave cards, which I never really liked. Cleave is like a robotic sort of computer program way of reading text on cards that I don't care for. Ends up being less legible than I think it otherwise should have been. Or could have been, even. Modern Horizons 2. It's time for Modern to start rotating. With the Incarnation cycle, these are free and you can evoke them by exiling a card of that color from your hand. They didn't think this through. It was too good as a mechanic, basically. In small card pool constructed formats, Fury dominated and pushed out all creatures. And in big card pool formats, Grief dominated and allowed Combo to kind of fuck with everyone. And in Commander, you don't play either of those two. You play Solitude sometimes and Endurance always in a green deck. Like, you start building a green deck and you put in Eternal Witness and Endurance. Like, those are like the first two cards you add. And Subtlety fucking sucks. And so Solitude is very good. It has flash. It's a Swords to Plowshares with legs. It can be free, although you don't really want to be doing that in a white deck usually. Yeah, super good. However, Endurance is just a little bit better because it's a reach creature. You can shuffle stuff back into your library to tutor for again. You can use it in response to screw over graveyard decks. And it sees more inclusion, probably. I might give the edge to Endurance here. It's either a tie or a win for green. I'm going to put it... Is this a win for green or is it a tie? I guess. I'll open up the floor. Have you reviewed 2022 yet? I have not. We're going in chronological order. And so we're up to Modern Horizons 2. I'm going to call it a tie, actually. These are both really good. I would play Endurance quicker than I would play Solitude, I think. But they're both really close to being. I think Endurance is an auto-include and Solitude might not be. That's the only difference, I guess, but maybe that's too close. And then we got the free spells that technically have Suspend, but really you cascade into them. And so the best one is Gaia's Will, because it wins the game right away. In Constructed, less so in Commander. Inevitable Betrayal is just generically great, because it's bribery. Profane Tutor might be the best one in Commander, because I've seen people actually suspend it Like if you're playing budget and you can't afford a demonic tutor, I think you just play Profane Tutor as an actual suspend fair and square card. This might go to Profane Tutor. You got to be doing something very special for Gaia's will to work out. The red one, of course, sucks. Yeah, I think this might be a black W for Profane Tutor, and the more I think about it in Commander, I think Endurance takes the lead. Green dub, black dub. And then we got the Converge for each color of mana spent, and nobody plays any of those. And then the basic land cycling ones that you have to pay 2 for. We don't want to do that. Talk to me again when we get to the Hobbit set, when you only pay a colorless for that. And then sometimes they're worth. Particularly the blue one. Because the actual spell half of it has potentially a use, unlike all the others. Alright, that was Modern Horizons 2. Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. Now, for whatever reason, this set had a whole bunch of futuristic-looking shit in it as well. The same as Kaladesh, or whatever the fuck I'm supposed to call it now that I can't remember the word. Akadar, something? Anyway, I thought Aladar was ugly as fuck, and I thought Kamigawa was fucking awesome. But maybe that's because I like cyberpunk. So, I mean, there it is. They're both like probably too futuristic for Magic, but I find this one to be more palatable. It's literally the place, comma, Japan meme, probably. But I don't like filigree, spindly gear stuff. I don't like any of that. Give me neon lights and cyberpunk any day. In Japanese. Alright, we got the Dragon Cycle. And this shit sucks, but these three, hold up. The red one's kind of good for a red card. The green one is great. Flying Death Touch in green, it's hard to find. Nice cost. Search your library for up to 3 land cards, reveal them, and then probably play all of them with all your explorations and stuff. You get all your power lands. Later on, when you start looping it, you can make gigantic spirit creatures that scale with your number of lands. Kuda is super good. However, I think I have to give it to Junji, the Midnight Sky. Each opponent discards 2 cards and loses 2 life. Every opponent discarding 2 cards on loop is so good. And reanimating something for 2 each time is super good as well. Menace is a lot worse than Death Touch, sure. But Junji takes the cake. It's kind of close maybe, but Junji wins easy. And then these 2 fucking suck. Alright, Black W. AO by a mile? Is that a meme? Put counters on a creature or vehicle if it dies. Or, look at the top 7 cards of the library, put any number of non-land permanents with a total mana value of 4 onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay. So you get a land, and then I guess if you're in a stack, you put out like a, I don't know, a Spirit of the Lab and a Gaddock Tea or something, but yeah. I don't know. Unless your deck is absolutely, like you have 20 creatures for 1 and 2, I don't know. These changed the game, these lands. They changed the game. Not you. Not you. Definitely not you. Definitely the worst one is the red one. Boseiju, who destroys artifacts, enchantments, or non-basic land without being a spell. Absurdly strong. Changes everything. Constructed, changed it. Commander, changed it. You can get out of stasis lock. Anyway, Boseiju Who Endures. That's it. Odawara bounces something. Bouncing something is way worse than destroying it. And this is way cheaper than this one. The only reason Odawara is in the conversation is because technically it's blue. And so more, you know, it's more of a CDH thing. So yeah, Odawara is really good, but it's Boseiju for sure. Green W, easy. Sadly not. AO won a CEDH tournament because of its stacks builds. That's sad to hear. But it's only because I don't like stacks. But I don't think anybody likes stacks, basically. Anyway, I'm sad to hear that that's good. But for all of Commander, it's still for sure Junji. I think. We have the Invoke cycle. These are all bad. The March cycle. These are fun. This cycle you can as an additional cost you can exile stuff to make it cheaper but not free. And this one exiles artifact, creature, or enchantment, mono value X or less. That's good. It kind of sucks because it's an X spell and you have to actually pay what they paid to get rid of it, which is bad. But it's still an instant. You can make it cheaper. It targets anything, you know, almost. It's decent. These three are horrible, and then March of Swirling Mists is a really good protection spell in response, giving your guys phase out. Super good for a lot of different types of decks trying to protect their commander or a Voltron thing. And due to the way phasing out works, if you phase out a creature, all of the equipment or auras on it phase out as well. So you only need to have one target with it. March wins, but, Swirling Mists wins, but Otherworldly is pretty close. Blue dub. 18, but really 17. We got the Go Shintais. These are shrines with really excellent art. Like, here, let me zoom in. Behold the art on these. Look at the blue one. Like, you would see this in Death Stranding. Look at the black one. I love it. Not, you know, the white one's okay. The green one sucks. But, yeah, really big fan of the art. Johannes Voss did all of these. Great work. And then the cool lands, of which the black one that looks like a red one is for sure the best in my IMO. And that was, when was that? Help, Kamigawa, yeah. No. Streets of New Capenna. We're close. We're so close. Streets of New Capenna. We've almost gone through everything and looked at every cycle. This is going to be a whole bunch of multicolored stuff. Yep, these are all 5 colors and 3 colors and 3 colors and everything, the rest. I'm speeding up a little bit here because at 4 o'clock Vince goes live. Damn, As Foretold. I love As Foretold. Monastery Mentor. Yeah, the Snowy Mountain's a good one too, Latino Hot. It is a cozy mountain. We got a Food Chain. That's a great Concordant Crossroads. The World Enchantment is back. Amiel the Blessed. Bitter Blossom. Dockside Extortionist, the guy who was banned, but he shouldn't have been. Anyway, big value in this set, that's for sure. And then Unfinity, the trash set of fake cards that are gruesomely unfun to play with. But they gave us weird looking lands, so okay. Did you see Kosei yet? I don't know. Let me look it up. Kosei Patient Warlord. Oh yeah, I've seen this guy. Yeah, he's a Voltron if I've ever seen one. Yeah, it gave us Saw in Half, which is a good card. As far as which cards are legal in this set, I have no fucking clue. Because they decided not to do the silver border thing anymore. Bad decision. Dominaria United. We're uniting the Dominars. Give me the cycles. 3-color stuff. The Defiler cycle. Okay. This was a really weird, interesting cycle. It had things cost a colored mana less for 2 life. Sort of a really expository way of writing Phyrexian mana. Giving other things Phyrexian mana kinda in the safest, we're so afraid of making this ability too good kind of way. Anyway, Defiler in Dreams is good because you draw a card. Defiler Vigor, however, wins. Whenever you cast a green permanent spell, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. Yep, and it's a 6/6 trample for 5, and it makes your creatures cost less, colored less, which is excellent. It goes in a lot of green style decks, and not just ones that care about counters, although it also goes in those. Green winner. The big 20. Vodalian Hexcaster, I think, is a big deal for CEDH. Perhaps. Cool art. I don't into CEDH too much, so people have to tell me when things happen there. The Brothers' War. Sort of retreading the old ways. We got, let's see, various Urzas and Mishras that aren't complete. And now we got the commands. These are all choose 2, and then the stuff is conceivably good. You choose between 4 different things. They're all sorceries except for the blue one. Titania's Command is probably the best one, because it's the only one I've ever heard of. It searches for any 2 lands, as in, like, the primetime effect, right? And then some other shit, including exiling a graveyard, which is kind of good. She's a big deal for Merfolk decks too. Oh yeah, true, because it turns everything into a curse catcher. I think she's probably worth giving blue a dub for then. Yeah, we got Mario and Luigi throwing hands. Lugui. So I'll give blue a win for that. So I don't have to keep updating these. I'll just say how much off of the total it is, all right? That's more efficient. Anyway, Titania's Command shits on the other ones. Searches for any 2 lands. It's a sorcery. Primeval Titan. Green W. Now we have do a thing for each land of a type you control. Cycle. So exile target creature with mana value less than or equal to the number of planes you control. Its controller gains 3 life. It's kind of like the worst Swords to Plowshares you've ever seen. Also a sorcery. Pathetic. Flow of Knowledge is hilarious in a mono blue deck. Pay 5 at instant speed to draw like 11. Okay. That's hilarious. This is technically a continuation of the corrupt cycle. And I remember Blanchwood armor. John Blanchwood armor. Creature gets 1/1 for each forest you control. The art used to be really gross and weird in the original thing this is from. And I don't remember this card. This might be the new one. Because Flow of Ideas, or Flow of Knowledge is old, and Corrupt is super old. Realistically, I don't think anyone's playing any of these, but the chances are highest for probably Corrupt, even though it's not good. Ish. I don't know. Ravenous Cycle. Dude, Big Robo. I didn't know. I've never seen these before, these lands. Reminds me, this one particularly reminds me of Nier Automata. Of giant decaying mecha from hundreds of years ago that nature is starting to grow around. All of these are cool. This is giant robo amid you got the old meets new. I don't know, it's cool. And this one's very Pacific Rim, right? Neat. I didn't know those existed. Dominaria Remastered, which is probably reprints. It has no cycles. Yep. A bunch of reprints. Nantuko Shade. Dude, that dude is so sick. Sulfuric Vortex, the classics. Anyway. Phyrexia, all will be Juan. What do we got here? Oh, the completed Planeswalkers, which I really don't like. Way too much text. Too much text. I'm sorry, but I don't care. That Saruwe meme. And unfortunately, I think they're balanced pretty well. Because if you cast them for cheap, they suck. But I haven't read them too much. I'm sure one of these was good and constructed or something. I don't know. Nissa's busted in standard. All right, figures. Figures one of them was. Ooh, oh, finally, an interesting cycle. The Phyrexian Horrors, the Dominus. These all do something really good. They double something. And then you can pay something to make them indestructible forever as long as you sacrifice 2 something or 3 something. This is a cool cycle. Mondrak. It doubles tokens. Token decks are probably stronger than the type of decks that the other ones would be using, right? Mondrak is really good and can be indestructible and is a good cost and size, cost 4. Mondrak really good. Tekethal, I don't think Proliferate decks are actually that good, but it obviously works very well. Proliferate twice. It has flying, which is good, a big butt. Drivnod, you can play this in, I guess you could put this in Aristocrats, but Aristocrats are usually pretty low to the ground. All their spells are very efficiently costed, and 5 isn't exactly something that I'm trying to pay. And very importantly, the cost I'm paying to put the indestructible counter on him, I almost never want to get rid of creatures from my graveyard, especially in an Aristocrats deck. So I think Drivnod is the worst, maybe. Solfim. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or a permanent they control, deals double. That's really good. It is only non-combat damage, but he's meant to be a commander, so you play him in that. I definitely never want to discard 2 cards, especially in a red deck, but I don't know, maybe you fucking have to. And he blasts, right? And then Zope Dopendrel, okay? The Dopendrel. He is a card that you would not put in a deck, but if you do, and he lands on the battlefield, your opponents suddenly feel the effect of that. He's very impactful. He has reach. He doubles the power and toughness of all of your guys every combat, including your opponents. Give him indestructible. He's hard to get rid of. If you're playing some enchantment that doubles power and toughness, take it out and put him in instead, and it's basically the same thing except you get a creature. I think Zopendrel is very underrated. What do we think from chat? I'm thinking Mondrak probably. Mondrak and Slop Zop are in a dead heat, you think? I think it's Mondrak. Look, Slopendrel, Dopendrel, he's good. And Sofim is good for red, I guess. But discarding 2 cards is too brutal here. Sacrificing creatures is easy. Sacrificing artifacts and or creatures is easy. I think the token doubling is just too good. Zope is really good, but I think he's second place. White gets their W number 6 after 33 years of Magic. Hey, all right, they did it. He did it. All right, and then we got the Sun's Twilight cycle, which is the opposite of the Sun's Zenith cycle from before. Remember Green Sun Zenith and how great that was? And so we're all expecting something really good. And all these cards are fucking garbage. They're so bad. It's an insult. I am insulted. They made Green Sun Zenith and they're like, ooh, we can't make them too good. And so they're fucking terrible. Holy. White Sun's Twilight is the best one. And it sucks. Very disappointed. Yo, this art's kind of good though. The white one's the best. Nice planes. Nice planes. I see what you were doing with the black one, but I don't love it. I see what you were doing with it though, the spider. Green one boring. And then this stuff. Purple. Hey, anyway, good work. Phyrexia, all will be Juan. What about March of the Machines? Oh yeah, the new... all right, so this is the old Praetors reprinted as new Praetors that flip into sagas. So we got Election Orange and Gitaxis, Sheoldred, Vorinclex, Urabrask. How does this one shape up? Well, it's Sheoldred. Vorinclex is actually quite strong if you flip him. It's just a whole lot to flip him. But I think Sheoldred wins this. Big mana blue draw cards is like something, whenever you cast an instant sorcery, it deals 1 damage to target opponent and add a red. Adding a red, whenever you cast an instant sorcery, you love to see it. Probably a good part in some sort of spell slinger infinite or engine thing, you know. Yeah, it's like a second Burgie, essentially. But Sheoldred just goes in everything. Very castable, very flippable. Her flip ends up being Rise of the Dark Realms to kind of win the game. Everybody's sacrificing permanents and discarding cards. Yeah, Sheoldred is the most like generically strong one for sure. And the most affordable. So black W, I think. I think all of these are kind of underutilized, really. Well, maybe not all of these, but several of these. And then we got the team up. And this shit is so disappointing to me. Because each one of them does the thing I don't want them to do for each. Boring, doesn't do anything, exactly the opposite of how I wish these abilities were ordered. I wish it did the one thing instead of the other. And then Thalion the Gitrog monster is the ultimate stop attacking me and let me build my stupid castle commander. First strike death touch, 4/4 for 4, perfect blocker, play an additional land every turn, sometimes draws you cards. What the fuck? Unreasonably generically strong. The GOAT. I actually want to build a Thalion Gitrog monster deck. I just haven't found the right skeleton to put it in. Like, because the commander does everything I would ever want, almost. I just haven't figured out what to do with the colors. I don't know, we'll see. and everything else is multicolor. And also they invented battles, which was a huge mistake, and they're all trash, and you can't read them when you're online, and they suck. There's a lot of problems with them. I don't know, maybe it's something for Constructed or whatever. I wasn't playing Constructed at that time, so now here we go. These apparently it doesn't have any cycles in here. It's just a few things. So hey, there it is. I like this guy. I like this Karn. This is a wonderful Karn for artifact decks. My man. You wish Plibit and Boros was better? Yeah. Like, drawing a card when he enters, like, great. Good work. But then his ability is put himself on the top. Who the fuck would ever want to do that? I know that's what Plibit does, or Fibblethip. But, damn. That wasn't it. Very sad. Because it's almost the funniest combination, Plibit and Borborygmos. Like, this is the funniest combo. And then it doesn't do anything. I guess that maybe that's part of the humor, is how awful it is. But, yeah, very disappointing. Wild of Eldraine. Here we got the Virtues, the Adventure Enchantments. I really like these. I like this cycle. Not you. But, like, in a 1/1 counter deck, this is actually quite nice, right? It also untaps those creatures. Super good. Virtue of Knowledge. Copy target activated or triggered ability you control. You crack a fetch land. You get 2 lands from it. And then you play Virtual Knowledge for only 5. It's a Panharmonicon. Super good. Virtue of Persistence. You kill some early utility creature, and then later on you get a what's it called? Portal to Phyrexia effect every upkeep forever from any graveyard. It's so good. Love Virtue of Persistence. Virtue of Courage kills a slightly weaker early utility creature, and then it becomes you can exile half your library thing, and I hate it. And then Virtue of Strength returns a creature or land from your graveyard to your hand. This can be like vaguely useful sometimes. You get a fetch land back if you didn't top deck a land or something. And then later on, you can tap a basic land for mana. It produces triple, which is super strong. But then you have to be playing basic lands. Basic lands are for losers, so it sucks. Virtue of Persistence probably wins, but Virtue of Knowledge is really good, and Virtue of Loyalty is really good in the type of deck that it would be in for. I actually don't know which one is better, Knowledge or Persistence. They're both really good. Sadly, I think it's a tie. We've robbed both blue and black from perhaps a deserved win here because they're both so good. And Virtue less so, but it's really good in the type of deck that wants that. And Virtue of Strength is good in an all-basic land deck. Gross. And then the red one sucks. And these are the 2-color adventure people. A bunch of 2-color stuff. Some sagas. All right. Wilds of Eldraine. Now we're up to the Lost Caverns of Ixalan. And the only thing I remember from this is that it made another 50 dinosaurs that are overpowered, and the special treatment for the cool-looking cards in this set was so ugly that it has the price for them as the same or less than the normal card. Just how bad they look. Very sad. Okay, the legendary god cycle that turn into land if they die, I really like that. I like these guys as a concept. Osier Tak, triple tokens. Jesus Christ, how much do you have to push tokens? But hey, all right. It's really fucking good. Whenever you cast an instant from your hand, it gains rebound. A certain type of deck would really like that. Arcatraz, Deepest Betrayal, is... yeah, he's good, I guess, ish. You make bats. He does have to swing to matter, but still, like, he's fine. Osier Axonil can really, really start blasting. Makes a fine commander, I suppose. He's a blaster for red decks. And then the green one is super good as well. Being able to grab things from your library, creatures and lands, and just slap them out as long as you're trampling over stuff. Osier Kaslim is really good too. All of these are really good. Ish. The most powerful one is white. The most played one, if I had to guess, would be the red one, because it's the only one you would ever want as a commander. So yeah, this is going to be like, it's like a big old tie. Yeah, and they all have the best ability, which is become a land, which is good. Yeah, the white one is strongest. The red's probably the most played. The green one is a great engine. The black one is okay. Yeah, no, I don't think there's a clear winner here. If we're going on power level, it's white. If we're going on play, it's Osier. But yeah, kind of a tie, which is too bad, because white and red need some W's, and they've canceled each other out on this one. Get fucked. And we have the Discover lands, which I would like, but they enter tapped, and so you can't play them, because that's the rule. Ravnica Remaster, we're closing in on the end. No cycles. Oh, because it's remastered. Yeah, fair enough. Murders at Karlov Manor. This set fucking sucked. A clue theme was stupid, and everything being clue tokens instead of card draw on cards that power level wise should have been draw cards instead of make clue tokens was dumb and lame and weak. Collect evidence was an annoying mechanic that sucks. What an awful set. Based on a board game, Hasbro ass shit. However, there are these cases, and these cases are a lot better than people give them credit for. They're good. The green one is the best, for sure. So green gets a W here. So they do the top thing, and then if some condition has been met, they gain the bottom thing as well. And usually the thing is pretty easy. You gain 5 life this turn, you know, whatever. You control no suspected skeletons. Yeah, okay, easy. Some of them are less easy. You have no cards in hand. But the case of the Locked Whorehouse, which is my favorite, you control 7 or more lands, which means you unlock this, you solve this by playing Commander. And then you can play off the top. It's super sick. The blue one is super strong as well. It's a little tough to solve, but whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, draw a card, ridiculous. And Case of the Uneaten Feast is even good. Once it's solved, you can sack this, and creatures in your graveyard, I mean, you just Yogg Will for creatures one turn. Like, these are good cards. I just think the green one is the one. All right, we got the little murder utensils. They're all bad. And then a bunch of Where's Waldo looking ass stuff here. Outlaws of Thunder Junction, another one of the worst sets ever. What if everyone was just cowboys? Completely stupid. Really phoned in, not thought through. Just give everyone hats, the set. Super, super lame. And I can't switch because the website here is broken. But don't worry, nothing of value was printed here anyway. Some of the cards were cool and some of the mechanics were cool. It was just like the laziest set. What if everything was all in the same place and they all had cowboy hats? It was so dumb. But, you know, hey, all right. I liked Insatiable Avarice. Key to the Vault is super sick. I don't know. There's a bunch of good cards in here. Final Showdown. A reprint for Terra, the Peaks. Anyway, all that stuff is sick. Bloomborough. I love this set. They followed up 2 stinkers, kinda, with a really wonderful set. This is like back to an original IP back to Magic the Gathering. Look at how creative and fun this is. Man, I wish this is what Magic always was, instead of 5 Burger King sets and then every once in a while a Magic one again, but whatever. Legendary mythic creatures cycle. Bees is pretty good. L huge is funny to say and good art. Maha is very strong. With that, creatures your opponents control have base toughness 1. Put a Knight of Souls Betrayal out, or there's all sorts of stuff you can do with Maha. Maha is very good. Lumra is crazy strong in the right type of deck. Pay 6, acquire 20 landfall triggers. Like it's very good. And then she's massive and also has reach, so very good defensively as well. You remember they wanted to do the second small box set with Jailbreak and then got feedback that Aftermath was actually hated and was detrimental to their dollar. Yeah. I think this is a tie. Maha and Lumra are tied. They're both really good. Bees is decent too. L huge is funny to say. We got the seasons that give you 5 paw prints worth of stuff, and you can spend those as you wish. They're all mythic. Exile target non-land permanent. Its controller draws a card. Big downside, but like a strong effect. You can exile 2 things. Any non-land permanent, that's kind of good. You can make wabbits. You can do the Sun Titan effect. Season of Weaving is strong. You can just straight up draw 5 if you want, which for 6 is a decent rate-ish, although it's sorcery speed. You can make copies of stuff, which is very strong. You can bounce everything except for tokens, so you can make a token first and then bounce everything else. Season of Weaving is good. Season of Loss is good. Everybody sacks 5 creatures, or you could draw cards or lose life. All these are good so far. Choose up to 5 paw. Create 5 tapped treasure tokens. Damn, I really wish they weren't tapped. That kind of ruins it for me. Exile cards until your next turn. You can play them. I hate that effect. Until your next turn, whenever you cast a spell, it does 2 damage to up to 1 target creature. Okay, so the red one sucks. And then the green one, put 1 counter on a creature you control against defeated on the trample until end of turn. Destroy an artifact or enchantment. Oh, sorry. All artifacts or enchantments. Super good. Super strong. And then draw cards equal to the greatest power. Yeah, awesome. Probably, I don't know. The green one is probably the best one. The red is definitely the worst. I don't see people play this thing. I guess people play a lot of these, but I think the green is best. We have Funny Otters. Valley Flood Caller is the best. The Funny Otter guy. Flash, you may cast non-creature spells, though they have flash. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, or birds, or frogs, or otters, or rats, they get 1/1, and then you untap them, which can be, you can do a combo with. It's a blue dub. We're in the 20s. The talents. Caretakers is really good in token decks. Storm Chaser returns something to your hand that's kind of nice. Innkeeper's Talent. Yeah, I think these are like tied. Some of these. Bandit's good. Hunter is good. Not you. Man, look at how fantastic these lands are. Like the little man, the little people exploring. I like the snow-covered ones probably the most. Look at how fun they are. And then we have Duskmorn, another trash set of garbage from real-life, present-day movies. What a clash of themes. thinks I hate it. Absolutely disgusting. The Overlord cycle. Yeah, this is just the green one, right? It's just that easy. The green one makes an everywhere land. That's every basic land type. It can cost 3, which is the rate for getting an extra land on a creature. 5 isn't so bad. Yeah, like maybe the white one kinda, but not for 7. Yeah, Overlord of Hauntwoods, another green W. I have 12 minutes to finish the rest of these. Am I gonna have to turn my neck? Am I gonna have to give myself taco neck over here to read this shit? I hate these. I hate the sideways stuff. Anyway, the green one's the best because it gives you Yawgmoth's Will and it lets you Crucible Worlds. Hey, alright. I love the Enduring Cycle. I like these a lot. These are fun. They're creatures that do something and then when they die, they come back as non-creature enchantments that still do the thing. Awesome. Like, really cool. Enduring Courage is probably the best because it's just the stickiest haste effect you can get. But then again, Enduring Tenacity is half of an infinite combo, which you have to remove twice. And Enduring Curiosity is a great effect in a go wide or like a flyer. There's a certain type of deck that wants to draw cards when it deals combat damage to a player all the time. Even Enduring Innocence can draw you cards, although only once per turn, but it's still like pretty useful. And the green one is, I don't even think the green one is the worst because creatures you control have tap is great for tokens and stuff. All of these are great for different reasons. They're all great. What a home run. I don't know that there's a best one. What a huge success story. You were so rare, but it's great to see. And now we got new ley lines. Well, not new ley lines. We've reprinted Leyline of the Void for the 5th time instead of come up with a new one. Again. I don't know if any of them are noteworthy. Hey, all right. Transformation is the best if you're trying to force a tribe on something that isn't quite a tribe. Maybe in a feather deck if you're concerned about feather always dying. I don't know. Anyway, I'm sad about Duskmourn because I like a lot of the mechanics. It's just the aesthetics is so gross. It's the type of aesthetic that I would expect from a disgusting IP slop set, except it was in a real Magic set, which is depressing. We got reprints, foundations. Yep, reprints. Some of these weren't reprints, though. Is this a cycle? I mean, kinda. These are new, these guys. Technically, it doesn't say that they're cycles. They just organized it by color, and these are just happen to be the mythic rare creatures in each color. Not sure what this thing does, but Bloodthirsty Conqueror is probably the standout here. Half of an infinite combo. Really, really quality cost. Power Toughness, Flying Death Touch just does it. He's the guy. I really like Red of the Dragon Call. This spell's fun, but I don't think it's part of a cycle. Anyway, he's fun. Loot's good. I just hate the character. League of Legends ass. Plushy ass. Garbage cartoon shit. Blasphemous Edict, finally. Can't wait. Can't wait for the blue one. It's like kind of a cycle, right? Blasphemous Act, Blasphemous Edict, and the white one for 2 white. And so we're waiting for a green one and a blue one for Wrath of Gods that cost 1 or 2 sometimes. That's going to be a good one. I like that cycle so far. I like all of them. The best one is Edict for sure. And the white one is the worst because it costs 2 instead of 1. But and now we're on to Aether Drift, the last one. We did it. We did all of it. 5 hours. And I had a hard out at 4 for Warhammer Weekly, and we're 7 minutes away. Everything's turning up Millhouse. And this set has a whole bunch of 2 mana cards with horrible mechanics for the most part. So I get to skip all of them. Exhaust sucks. Speed sucks. It's actually slow, which is funny. Anyway, the Gearhawks. Which is the best Gearhawk? Probably Bright Glass. Yeah. Bright Glass is probably the best Gearhawk, I think. Searches for up to 2 artifacts or creatures and or equipment that cost 1 or less. It's such a wide spread. It's sort of like a super ranger of EOS or whatever it's called. Yeah, Bright Glass, super good. This one's like okay, but they can draw it back into those cards, so I don't like it that much. Pyrewood Gearhulk is like so he's sort of like Craterhoof, except 7 billion times worse, but damage can't be prevented, so you can potentially kill people that try to Teferi's protection. So I don't, maybe it's like a thing, I'm not sure. Probably not. Vigilance and Menace are also really good. I don't know. It's like potentially an option. If you're in a pool and all of your friends play white decks, and every time you try to win, they're like, Teferi's protection. Well, maybe you play this thing instead of Craterhoof. I don't know. We got legendary creatures. Oh yeah, these are horrible. Yeah, and then a bunch of like 9/7s for 5 with no abilities. Man, remember when we were looking at 2 4s for 6 when we were around Legends? How times have changed. Oh yeah, the yellow Trans Am from Redline card border. Gross. Slap it in a Dino deck. I mean, you maybe slap it in. It depends on your local, right? But if there's a lot of Teferi's protections and fogs and stuff going around, you could slap this into a lot of stuff and just be like, nope, fuck you. You die. 3 mana cost. I'm safe from everything. You know, the One Ring looking ass stuff. Just kill them, right? Just get them. So there's Dungeons & Dragons, Battle for Baldur's Gate, 40K, Doctor Who. There's a bunch of IP, Fallout, ugh, Assassin's Creed, disgusting. So there's a bunch of other stuff, right? Which I would get to, but we've run out of time. Let's check the notes, okay? Clear winners and cycles that quote-unquote matter. And I've been kind here. As far as cycles, white, 6 in all of Magic. Red, 11. Blue, 20. Black, 15. Green, 25. Now this is with commander-leaning judgments, right? But we started this wondering, man, red is always the worst in some set. Now we didn't really answer that question, remember. We weren't looking for the worst, we were looking for the best. If we redid all this looking to see which color was the worst of every set, definitively, then, you know, maybe it would line up. Who knows? We'll have to do this again sometime. But white is actually more often, or white is least often the best of any cycle. And it's actually not close. Very definitively not. And green is generally the best of any particular cycle, but blue's kind of close. And then there's black and red and white. And there it is, the 5-hour Magic stream. 3 minutes to go. I encourage all my viewers to go watch Warhammer Weekly now because it's starting in about 3 minutes. So 2 minutes now. The clock just changed. So I'm going to get some big lunch and go ahead and tune in to Vince Venturella Warhammer Weekly on YouTube. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Did I say tomorrow? That's a Thursday. I don't usually stream tomorrow. Well, guess what?